All right. Hi, income copywriters. I wanted to do a quick mic check first, so please comment in Discord that you can hear me loud and clear. So make sure you are typing in Discord and not on Zoom because we are in Discord for the class chat. So just let me know. I see already a lot of yeses, loud and clear. Yes, perfect. Okay, now some of you may already know me. My name is Dana Brasser, the community manager. And now before we start, I wanted to do a quick around the world. So comment below in Discord where you are tuning in from. All right, I see Austria, Singapore. Okay, this is going really fast. USA, Florida, Turkey, Iceland, Canada, Peru, Texas, Indonesia. Love it, love it. And what time is it actually in your time zone right now? 4 a.m., 9 p.m., 3 a.m. Okay, 4 a.m., 6 p.m. Wow, a lot of different time zones. Well, no excuses, and you are here. Love it. Awesome. Well, I'm not gonna let you wait any longer. HIC family, let's get that energy up in the chat and help me in welcoming Sifu Dan Locke.
HIC, welcome to High Income Copywriter 2.0. Question number one, how many of you, this is the first class that you are with me? If you never studied with me before, put in the chat and making sure that you are joining us on Discord. That's where we interact. And if you are tuning in for Zoom, that's where the class is, but the chat is in Discord. So make sure you click in the right icon and you'll see it's blowing up right here. How many of you, this is not the first time you've been with me for a while, that you've gone through HIC before? This is a repeat for you. Put in the chat. Now, this is a very, very special class. The reason being is, first of all, what I've done is I've taken some of the lessons that we've learned, because I've taught high income copywriter now for a few seasons now, multiple seasons, and listening to the students' feedback, my mentees' feedback, and looking at the entire curriculum. And what I've done is I've put in about, I would say, 200 hours of my time revisiting, revamping this entire program, taking out the things that I don't think you need at the moment, adding new content that I think you would need, adding a new module focusing on how to get clients, because that's one of the most common questions that I get from my students. How do we land their gig? So I've devoted an entire module on pricing, on getting clients, on working in different industries. So taking the entire program, focusing more on monetizing your skills. So instead, what we've done in the past, trying to cram as much as possible in terms of teaching you everything we know about marketing and copywriting. HIC 2.0. It's about giving you enough skill, not everything there's to know in the universe about copywriting, but giving you enough so you could go out there and generate income. Then in the future, if there are certain topics that you want to deep dive into, or certain types of sub niche in copywriting, that you could do that as well. But for the 7 weeks, I want to give you enough. It's like, think of this as a self-defense class, okay? Instead of turning you into a karate master in 7 weeks. Now, how many of you realize it's impossible to be a karate or martial kung fu master in 7 weeks, right? It takes years of practice. But what I could teach you is a condensed self-defense, so you know enough if there's someone who would grab your hand, if someone tried to chokehold you, or someone tried to ambush you, attack you at night, you know enough to defend yourself, to kind of get away from that dangerous situation so you could go home safely. Does that make sense? Right? So that's what we're going to do. think of HIC 2.0, that's what this is, to give you enough skill set you can go out there and generate income. And if there's an interest that you want to deep dive into, yes, I do want to be a black belt, right? I do want to go much more in depth. You could do that as well. But this is going to be super, super practical. So who is excited? Put in the chat. And it's a completely different class. Now you notice, why do we have some of the previous graduates here? That's interesting. Didn't they already graduate? A decision that I made an executive decision a few weeks ago, basically allowing all the previous graduates within HIC to attend this particular program, this class again, the entire 7 weeks at no additional cost. That's my gift to my students, getting all the updates. They don't have to pay extra or anything like that because of what's happening with the global economy, right? What's happening with the crisis. So this is something that I want to do for my students, and I always take care of my students. And that's why you see, oh, how come we have like previous graduates here? That's why. So if this is the first time you're joining us, just to go through some housekeeping rules, Donna, if you can help us with that.
Yes, so we do have some important housekeeping rules. Number one, no distractions. Close off all the unnecessary tabs. Also turn off your notifications on Discord. Now that doesn't mean you can still engage, but that way you don't hear the sound go off every few seconds, and that makes it better for you to focus. Also, a reminder for those of you who just joined in, the class itself is within Zoom and the chat is within Discord. So if you're not already in Discord, make sure you hop on over there and use your first and last name that you have used to register with for the program as your username. And again, if you don't see the Discord, that's probably because you haven't registered yet. So make sure you register, and if you have a problem with that, of course, you can always email support@danlog.com. And as you can see in the chat, everyone has a beautiful picture of themselves. So of course, we would love to know who our fellow brothers and sisters are. And then on another note, comment often. This is how we learn, because the more you comment, the more you engage, the more you connect with your fellow HIC brothers and sisters, and the more you are able to learn. So again, just comment often, especially in Facebook outside of class. Share your aha moments, share your experiences, share your breakthroughs, because we want to know and we want to see you grow, right? And don't be shy. Don't be shy. We really want to be a family. We want to support each other, all right? We want to make sure that we are bringing each other to that next level. And it is so much more fun to do it as a family, to really push and support each other on our journey. Now for point number 4, being resourceful. This is very important to our community because your resourcefulness will for a part determine your success. So make sure you are being resourceful, and just remember, show up each week. We do have class starting at 6 p.m. till 9 p.m. Pacific time zone. And I know for some of you it is 1 a.m., 5 a.m., or maybe it's in the middle of the day. Whatever it is, no excuses, and you are here. Now, if for some reason you can't attend class, then there will be a replay available within 48 hours, and you can always go back after each class to refresh your memory. All right, if you got that, let's drop a yes in the comments within Discord. Okay, good. Good.
Awesome. Very, very good. I am fortunate to be in a position that in my life that I don't need to tolerate a lot of things because I have focused so many years of my life building up success and building up my wealth, what we call FU money. So we have a very strict no bad apple policy. How many of you can stand people who are negative, who kind of drag you down? Put in the chat. And I believe life is too short. Life is too short to surround yourself with people who are not happy, who are not positive, who doesn't uplift you. Life is too short for that. So within our community, we have a very strict policies. That's meaning no complainers, right? No victim mentality, right? We don't want the know-it-all, the poor mentality people. I don't care if you have a degree or not, but I do care if you have the desire or not. Okay, so no bitching when we talk about this. Always in our community, no BMW, no bitching, moaning, and whining. Okay, bad apples will be kicked out of our community without warning, and very often in the first couple of weeks, we almost always kick some people out. And when I kick people out of the community, they don't come back. I don't do second chances. I don't allow them to partake anything that I do in the future. Meaning if I kick someone out of HIC, they say high income copywriter, I don't allow them to join any other programs in the future because I don't want those people in my life. Does that make sense? So no bad apple. And if you could do me a favor, monitor the bad apple. If there's some bad apple, let the support team know, and we will kick them out. Because your time here, you're investing your time, energy, and effort to be here. I want you to get the most out of the experience, right? You know, how many of you ever been to a movie? Like you've been to a movie and then, you've been looking forward to that movie, and then the person next to you, sitting in front of you, behind you, they talk too loud, right? Or they're spoiling the movie for you. It just becomes a very bad experience, right? We don't want those people here. So we have the luxury of banning those people. So module number 1, $1 trillion opportunity. Why copywriting is one of the highest paying and most sought after skills in this new economy. And yes, we are in a new economy. How many of you recognize that we are in a new economy now? In fact, my team and I, we are working on a new white paper, a new PDF that we're putting together. We call this Business 3.0. We are in Business 3.0. It's a different time. And things are very, very different. And as a copywriter, we could utilize our skill sets and offer that to the world, and being able to ethically, write this down, ethically profit from this economy, this new economy. People with skills, they will prosper in this new economy. Unfortunately, people who don't have high income skills, people are still so attached to the old idea of the old economy of going to school, get good grades, and work for a company for 35 years, and you retire, and all those things. They will be in, unfortunately, a rude awakening, because that's not how this works. So what is the $1 trillion opportunity? Okay. I won't go into all the statistics. What I want you to pay attention to is forecast worldwide internet ad spending to increase 11.1% in 2020 to $326 billion, capturing 52% of the ad spending. Estimates in 2019 worldwide marketing spending totaled $1.6 trillion to $1.9 trillion. That includes media spending, services, agencies, information technology, consultancy, focus on marketing, software, right? Events, in-house activities. We're not talking a few million. We're not talking hundreds of millions. We're not talking billions. We're talking trillions of dollars, $1 trillion opportunity. And guess what all these companies, what all these services, guess what do they need? Put in the chat. Take a guess. That's correct. Do you think they need some copy? Maybe a few pages. Maybe a couple lines. Right? From experience, from good copywriters. Just a few. Just a few. So think about the new economy. Businesses that are already selling online. What would they do? Think about it. What's going to happen with their marketing dollars? Would they spend less money, or would they spend more resources to market more online with what's happening right now? More. Businesses that are offline, who may be on the fence of going online or going to e-commerce or doing any kind of digital marketing, what are they going to do? Yes, that's correct. Would they now invest and transition even faster going on the internet? So the money that was going to print, traditional advertising, right? Direct mail, newspaper, well, anyone still reads newspaper, all those media. What happens to those medias? A lot of them are going to be disappearing. They're dead, if they're not already dead. So write this down. People are still spending money, but they're spending money in a different way, in a different place. You got that? They're still spending money, but they're spending money differently and in different place. Okay? So before, with the retail businesses, a lot of the offline businesses, it's like a slow, steady decline. This now, with the virus, with COVID-19, it's a quick death. It just is a quick death. There are over 50 million social media marketing companies, agencies, and freelancers across the globe. 50 million. And do you think that number is shrinking or growing? And guess what all these marketing agencies need? And guess what all these clients who these agencies working with, what do they need? Do you see this is why it is a massive demand? It is a huge demand. And it's a demand that will keep growing for the next how many years? And within that, there's so many different sectors, there's so many different niches, which we will talk about in the later classes. But for you to understand, this is $1 trillion opportunity. So don't be afraid of, oh my goodness, there are now, more copywriters or more people learning copywriting. Don't worry about it. I could train 1 million copywriters, I wouldn't scratch the surface. Because the need is so massive and so huge. And we're not even we're just talking about certain types of copy. And there are many types of copy. Like there are many different types. So the market, and because of social media, back then, think about it. Back then, when I learned copywriting, I learned it through direct mail, envelope, actual physical letters that we mail. Every single time we send out something, a marketing message, a marketing piece, write this down, a marketing piece, it costs money. The envelope costs money, the stamp costs money, right? So we can only distribute our marketing message in a very linear and limited fashion. We'll mail this to 5,000 people. We'll mail this for 10,000 people, right? Now, with the internet, it changes all of that. It changes all of that. So what does that mean? When we reduced the cost of distribution to next to nothing, could you now post something on a blog? Could you post something on Facebook? Could you write an article and just instantly distribute it in front of a lot of people? Yes or no? With no barrier of entry, with no cost. Versus back then when we actually have to print it, we got to mail it, we got to put it in an envelope. So when we reduce the cost of distribution, what happens is this creates this insatiable demand for content and copy. Because now we can distribute in so many more places to so many more people in so many other platforms that we need a lot more. And because there's a lot more people doing it, you need a lot more content and copy in order to cut through the noise, to stand out. So it creates it creates this massive positive momentum of we need more content so that more people create more content, and we need more copy and content to stand out. And in order to create more content and copy, we need more copywriters. And because there are more copywriters, then we need more copy. You see how this works? It just keeps on going and going. And every single time By the way, is there only now one social media platform? No. There's Instagram, there's Facebook, there's YouTube, right? There's landing page, there's podcasts, there are blogs, there are vlogs, there are Twitters, and there's some new one coming up every single damn week. There are emails. Do you see why this is such a huge opportunity? How many recognize you are at the right place at the right time? There couldn't be a better time to learn this particular skill set. There couldn't be a better time. Simply because of supply and demand. It's that simple. To make money, we want to take advantage of ethically supply and demand. Is now a good time to be working in a restaurant as a waiter or waitress? No. Why not? Why not? Because they're closing down, because they have no customers. Even if they do open, there's a capacity limitation by the government. Depends on where you are, the country. So if you have a skill set of being a waiter, example, or waitress, you may work very hard. You might be a very nice person. But the supply and demand is working against you. You with me? There's no demand. The demand is dying. Doesn't matter if you're full of enthusiasm, right? And you love what you do. None of that matters. So we want to take advantage of the supply and demand. We want to be able to kind of ride a wave. And I could tell you in a lifetime, sometimes there aren't that many of these waves. I believe there are in our lifetime, maybe two or three of these opportunities. And most people don't see them. Most people don't take advantage of them. And I've been fortunate to be able to ride some of these trends in my career. The first was the internet. And that's how I made my first fortune. I got in early, way earlier than most people. And now with this, and social media is the second one. When I went full, like all in on social media. And third, it's this. Are you taking notes? I'm telling you, it's this. This is an opportunity to grow. This is not the opportunity to live in fearfully, have that scarcity mindset. This is the time to grow. Our companies, we are, as I'm teaching you, this is, how many recognize, this is kind of my hobby. This is not my daytime job. My daytime job is CEO running my companies. This is what I like to do. Like some people like to golf. This is what I like to do. I like to teach. Evening, I jump on and I teach. That's what I do, right? It is a very profitable, very lucrative hobby for me, but also it is a hobby that gives me tremendous satisfaction and fulfillment. So what's better than that? Be able to generate a lot of income and be able to help a lot of people, impact a lot of lives, and enjoy the process at the same time. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. But our own companies, in the next 12 to 14 months, as I'm speaking to you, we're looking in acquiring a group, probably 10 to 12 companies in the next 12 to 24 months. I'm going on a buying spree, right? Just today, we're looking at a deal right now, right? We're looking at probably 50-ish deals on a monthly basis right now, right? So we're looking to buy a lot of companies, because this is the time. This is the time we can negotiate, right? So this is the time where I want to be able to grow, expand our portfolio to, who knows, right? 30, 40, 50 businesses, companies, different sectors, right? And the reason that we're also able to do that is Also part of, because the skill sets that we'll be able to acquire these companies using our copywriting skills to grow them. So high income copywriting secret number 1, write this down: words, not numbers, are the true currency in business. Words, not numbers, are the true currency in business. Imagine for a moment that some of the things that you have been dreaming of. Now, maybe it's a vacation after this whole COVID-19 thing. Maybe it is a house that you want to buy. I want you to kind of think about, on your notepad, write down a couple things, a few of these goals and dreams that you have. Things that you want to own, things you want to buy, things you want to, where places you want to go. Just write those down. Okay. Take a moment. Things on your list, on your vision board. Think about those things. And I'm going to circle back to this. Warren Buffett said, accounting is a language of business. Accounting is a language of business. Being able to read financial statements. Dan Lok says, copywriting is the language of revenue. Write this down. Language of revenue. What does that mean? Now, if you look at a typical financial statement, it's a very simplified version of a financial statement. Your revenue comes in, you have cost of goods sold, right? Your gross profit margin, you have operating expenses, right? You have interest, taxes, you have your net profit. When you are looking at a financial statement, yes, does it tell you a story about the business, right? Yes or no? It tells you how the business is operating, what are the expenses, what's happening, the top line revenue, all those things. It gives you an idea of how the business is doing. Great. It is a language of business. However, it is only a result. It is only a result. It is a reflection of how the business or how the CEO is running their business. But that's not the effect. What produces the revenue, it's marketing and copywriting. It's copy, because these numbers don't just manifest themselves. It came from doing something, making that sale, running that ad, doing that funnel, something. We have to do something to make that sale, to get their customers in the door in order to generate that profit. You with me? So copywriting is the cost of this. Accounting is the effect. You could have, in a company, I could have the greatest ever CFO in the world looking at my books. But if I cannot produce revenue as the CEO, there's no money to manage. And that's one thing that I think a lot of business owners, they don't understand. How could you go into a business when you have no idea how you're going to produce revenue? With no high income skills, you can't close, you can't copyright, you cannot do marketing, then why the hell are you in business? You have no right to be in business. And think about every single thing that's being sold. I asked you a minute ago, think about things that you wanted to buy, right? Things that you want to go see, things you want to own. All the brands that are out there, the car that you want to buy, the house you want to buy, the watch you want to buy, the shoes you want to buy, the bags you want to buy, the places you want to go to. Every single thing, I would argue, almost every single desire that we have, that you have, that I have, they are either created by copywriters or at least to amplified that desire by copywriters. Every single brand that you see, someone working behind the scenes came up with that. Someone came up with that brand. Someone came up with that tagline, that logo, that pitch, that message, that story, that color. Someone did. We just don't think about it. So in this world, there are two kinds of people. You have consumers and you have promoters. I talked about it in my book, F You Money. Consumers, they just consume without a lot of thinking. And there's nothing wrong with it. I like to consume as well. But they never understand there's another world of promoters. They are the ones who move the products in the world. They are the ones who are closing people every single day on buying something online, offline, clicking here, picking up the phone. Someone did something to create that. So copy is everywhere. Blog posts, podcasts, landing pages, social media posts, emails, ads, speeches, product description. Every single product you see on Shopify, every single product you see on Amazon, what do they have? They have a product description. Every single one of those products need a product description. What is product description? It is copy, direct mail, the brochure that goes into the package, TV infomercials, surveys, webinar, white paper, movie scripts. Yes, every single movie is copy. There's storytelling, there's character. It is everywhere. You cannot avoid it. It is everywhere. And HIC will challenge your understanding of the world because I'm going to take you from being a consumer and I'm going to take you to the world promoter. Not how you think things work, it's how things actually work. You getting this? I'm going to take you behind the scenes. Who creates those offers? We're going to be the ones that create the offers. Who attract those customers? We're going to be the ones that attract those customers. We're going to be the ones that move the needles. We are the rainmakers. We're the silent rainmakers, behind the scenes. No different than a Hollywood scriptwriter, a Hollywood producer. You may have not heard of their name, but they are the ones who produces these blockbuster entertainment that moves millions of people. Take action, go into movie theater and see something and buy something. I'm going to teach you how to be one of those people. Who's excited? Who wants to learn this skill? At the very least, I want to have your understanding of how this world works. How this world works. So take a moment and write down your why on your notepad. Why is mastering high-income copywriting important for you? So take a moment, write on your notepad, or you can put it in the chat. Ideally do both. Why is mastering high-income copywriting important for you? Not the reasons I gave you, but your personal reasons, your personal why. Learn how to sell, financial confidence, good. Learn a new skill, I can see that. To sell your stuff, good. Freedom and independence, I like that. Freedom, promoting your own services. Freedom, yes, control, take control of your own life, good. Promote your business. When it comes to copywriting, you could use this skill set to offer your skill set to businesses in exchange of money as a freelancer, as a copywriter. Could you do that? Yes or no? The same skill set, you could use it to promote your own brand, your own product, services. Can you do that? Yes. Could you use the same skill set to scale your business? Could you use this same skill set to launch a business? Could you use this same skill set to turn around a business? Could you use this skill set to get a date? The answer is yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is a very, very powerful skill set. How you use it is up to you. You can use it just, oh, I want to use it in certain area in my life, or you can use it in all areas of your life. All areas of your life. So thinking about the why that you just wrote down, right? Financial confidence, to promote your business, right? To take control your own life, right? To develop that skill set, to be able to sell. All those reasons, here's the very first technique I'm going to teach you in copywriting. Okay, this is something you can use for yourself, but you can also use it when you're writing copy. 2 simple words, and that is asking the question, so what? So what? A simple question that you ask could easily turn a feature into a benefit. So when you craft something as a copywriter, just take a moment and pause and say, okay, so what? So I want to learn copywriting because I want to promote my products. So what? Well, so that I could make more sales. So what? Well, so that I could grow my business. So what? So that then I'm able to take care of my family. So what? So that finally I could be the husband or the father that I could see myself that I could be. Do you see how asking that questions, it takes you go into much deeper into why people buy. So we got to dig deep into not just what they say, I want this, but what are they actually going after? What do the prospects really buying? What are the emotions? And at the end of the days, we are buying emotions, just so you know. We're not buying things, we buy emotions. You don't want that car. You want the feeling that car that gives you. You don't want that pair of shoes. You want the feeling of that pair of shoes that gives you. You don't want that watch just to tell time. You want to wear that watch. It's a status, the emotion that it would give you, the confidence that would give you, the validation that would give you. And I suspect the reason that you are in here, you are in HIC, is because you want to become a better version of yourself. Who here is because you want to become a better version of yourself. Yes, you want to make more money. Yes, you want more success. Yes, you want to quit that job. Yes, you want to grow your business. Yes, you want that clients. But all those things, when you dig deeper, asking the so what, I suspect when we get to the core of what you are going after, what you actually want, is to be a better version of yourself. However you define it, and every one of us is different. Do you see what I mean? And that's a beautiful thing. I sincerely hope that what I'm teaching you in the next 7 weeks is not just a money-making skill. It's a skill that you can use to make money, but really it is, you see, you recognize, and probably you come to your own conclusions, that it is a life skill. It is an art and it is a science. And in the next 7 weeks, you'll learn a lot about others, because in order to persuade, influence others with your written words, you have to understand other people. You also learn a lot about yourself. Because write this down, all knowledge ultimately means self-knowledge. In fact, say it with me. All knowledge ultimately means self-knowledge, right? Bruce Lee said that. It's about understanding yourself. It's about knowing what you're about. Through the skill sets, through learning, through self-discovery, through self-growth. It is a self-growth journey, and there's a destination, and there's a goal, and there are things we want to accomplish, but On the way there, learn about yourself. Learn about yourself. Secret number 2. And I learned this from my Sifu, my martial art instructor. And when my Sifu first taught me this, I didn't quite understand what he was talking about, because my awareness is not there yet, right? He said, who you learn from is more important than what you learn. I'm like, okay. So at the time, when I first was studying with my Sifu, my mentor, and I've been practicing my form of martial art, which is Wing Chun. If you've seen Yip Man from Netflix, right? It's a form of combat, Asian martial art, right? Which is usually like shorter distance. And I've studied Wing Chun from a few masters in the past. And when I met my Sifu today, and he said to me, who you learn from is more important than what you learn. I'm like, okay, all right. Because I've been doing Wing Chun for a number of years now, right? And I consider myself a decent practitioner. And now in Wing Chun, if you can visualize this, there's a form of practice, a way that we practice called chi sao, sticky hand, meaning it's like you see two people, their hands touching each other. They kind of have this rolling motions going on, kind of in rotations. It feels like they're like it feels like almost like playing a little game, but really it's a sensitivity drill, right? To practice your reflexes, your sensitivity, right? And I was doing chi sao, sticky hand with my Sifu, and I consider myself pretty fast, right? And when I touch hands with him, I couldn't land a single strike, not a single blow. He was just playing with me, pulling me around, pushing, I'm like, what the fuck, right? What is going on here? I try to use my techniques, right? And he was using the exact same techniques, because it's the same technique in Wing Chun, on me, and he is slower, and he purposely slowed down. He's not trying to use speed to compensate the technique. I was. So he was doing it, and it's like an adult playing with a child. I felt like a child. I couldn't. And afterwards, I'm like, what the hell is this? I've never felt. How could it? I learned the same thing. I learned the same technique from different masters, same style, right? You have to use slapping hand, paxel, lobster, all the same techniques. It's like, how come I couldn't even touch you? I couldn't touch my Sifu. And I was puzzled, and he shared this with me. And I realized it's not the technique, and yes, there are different masters. I'm not saying those masters are not good. They're fine. But the refinement that the current Sifu that I have, how he's developed this over the years, his training method, the best way to describe the way he flows the energy is completely different. It looks the same, but it's far from being the same thing. I can tell you that. It's far from being the same thing. It's not the same thing. And that's something, please teach me. I want to know. And when he taught me the method of certain things, and then I was touching hands with other people that I had practiced with in the past, where we're pretty good. They're pretty good. I'm pretty good. And they would land a few blows on me on the chest, and a little bit on the face, and I would land a few blows, right? But after my Sifu trained me, and I go back and train with them, suddenly the same thing happened. Now they can fucking touch me, right? Now they're like, what the fuck is this? Right? They're like, what is going on? I said, well, just practice, man. Right? I'm not sharing my secrets. Then they're puzzled. What happened to you, right? And it looks the same, but it's not the same. What is going on? And I just laugh because I don't say anything. And I really realized like how incredible that is when you can learn the same thing, but you learn it from a different level of instructor mentor. Like the difference is night and day. It is not even close. It looks the same, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. Who you learn from in life is more important than what you learn. I'm very, very selective of who I learn from. Most people are not selective of who you learn from. How many of you went to school for years learning from someone that you don't actually want to learn from? Spending time, putting a lot of effort, spending a lot of money, learning from someone you don't want to learn from. Or learning from someone outside of school. And oh, that sounds pretty good, right? There's that expert, there's that guru, there's this, that. And you go into it, you buy this and you buy that, you buy this and you buy that. And there's a difference between investing in yourself and just spending money without knowing that who are you learning from. What I'm teaching you is to be way more selective who you want to learn from. And the best way to tell is touch hands. Well, Sifu, what do you mean by that? You touch hands. And I'll explain what that means. I want to take a moment and just share a little bit with you before I dive into like a lot of the lessons, a little bit of where I came from and how I learned copywriting. Because number one, I want you to know like all the things that I'm teaching you, where's it from, right? Because it came from somebody, and it came from a mentor, Alan. Not only is he my mentor, not only did I learn a lot of my techniques and copywriting from him, but I wanted to share how I met my mentor, kind of my origin story, right? Because I wanted you to see the impact a mentor could have in my life and in your life. So many years ago, I just got out of a bad business. Now, at that time, I had started and failed at 13 businesses. 13 businesses. I was questioning if I could actually be an entrepreneur. Could I actually do this? Because after so many failures, how many of you can relate to this? You try something, you fail. 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 When it's so many times, it's like even the people around you don't believe you anymore, right? And I didn't even believe in myself. And I was lost. I was in my early 20s. And because of all my losses in all my business ventures, I lost all my mom's money, savings, all my relatives' money. I borrowed money from them. I was about $150,000 in debt. Now, how many of you would agree $150,000 US dollars for a young guy, 20-somewhat years old, it's a lot of money. Forget 20-somewhat years old. For 30-somewhat years old, $150K in debt is a lot of fucking money. Right? It's a lot of money. And I didn't know how I'm going to pay this off. But I was hungry. I was hungry for solutions. I was just hungry for answers. And I didn't know why my businesses didn't work. And I worked very, very hard. I put in the hours. I sacrificed. I gave up all my friends, they're like playing sports, drinking, going to bars and pubs and all that shit. I never did any of that. But I was looking for, and I don't know what I was looking for. I just know in my heart, in my DNA, this is not working. Like it's not working. I need a way out. I don't know what the solution is. I just know where I'm at. This is not working. And the way that I've been doing it is not working either. Is it making sense? Right? And at the time, I was just like most people, was frantically trying to search for answers. And I was subscribed, and I would read these like business magazines, opportunity magazines, looking for ways to make money, to generate income so I could take care of my mom. And because of that, I got a lot of mailing lists. I didn't know those are mailing lists, but now as in marketing, I've been as an entrepreneur, I know those are mailing lists. No different than the email list that you're on. I've been getting these direct mail pieces and offers, and I will attend these workshops because I was looking for answers. And these workshops, most of them, they're free, and there's usually an offer of some kind. But I couldn't afford the offer, but I could at least go there. I just felt, even in sitting there learning, listening to different speakers, experts, at least I feel like I'm getting some energy or something out of it, right? I felt like I'm growing, right? And there was a company sending me these letters, and there was from a gentleman. His name's Alan. I was getting these letters, and his direct mail letters are completely different from everybody else. Because everybody else, when they send you something, it's full color, it's brochure, it's this and that. But his letters is always plain white envelope, very personal. It could be 6 pages. It's always some kind of a story. It's always fascinating, and it's incredible. And I don't know what I didn't know that's called copy, a headline. I just felt the way that the message is, it's just different from everybody else. It captivates my interest, and I would save them. I would 3-0 punch them, put in 3-ring binders. I don't know why. I'm gravitating towards things like that, right? Most people would throw them away. They think of junk mails, but I would save them. And then attended, again, I got an invitation. I went to attend a workshop. I remember it was at one of the hotel called Plaza 500 in Vancouver. It's no longer there anymore. Went to Plaza 500. And I was sitting in the very back of the room. I was listening to the speaker. And this gentleman came in and he sat down next to me. I had a name tag, which is the one of those sticker name tag. He had a name tag. I look at the speaker, I look at the name tag, I look at the speaker, look at the name tag. And I saw Alan Jacks, which is the exact name that is like the sign off of all these letters. And I said to myself, no fucking way. I looked at the speaker. It felt unreal. I looked at the speaker. I look at him, look at the speaker. And I said, are you Mr. Alan Jacks? He's like, yes, I am. I said, oh my God. I was just screaming from the top of my lungs, right? Because I was just excited. Total fanboy moment. I said, oh, but exactly. I said, oh my fucking God. I probably said that like 10 times. I said, oh my fucking God, right? And then the speaker at the front was like kind of annoyed because I was so loud in the back, right? I was jumping up and down, just crazy fanboy moment, okay? And it was like, oh my God, I'm a big fan. I love your work. And Alan was like, okay. Like, first of all, he's a bit puzzled, kind of like shocked, because just imagine Sifu, 20 years old, spiky hair, glasses, pimple face, speaks with thick accent, jumping up and down, like it's just weird. Like, who's this Asian guy? Like, what the fuck is going on, right? Like, it's weird, right? Because he's a very private guy. And I'm a big fan. Oh my God. And he was thinking that I'm actually referring to the workshop, because that's what he does. That's the business he was in, right? He said, yeah, you know, we put together very good workshops. I said, no, not the workshop. I love your letters. I said, I love your. I save all of them. I put them, 3-hole punch them. I put them in 3-ring binders. I cherish them. And then he's really, really shocked, because like, what the hell? Because I'm sure there's no one else ever, because most people think of those as junk mails. No one would save those things, right? So he was now even like more puzzled, like this Asian kid jumping up and down and saving my writing. Like, what the hell? Like, he's like really puzzled now. And now the speaker is really annoyed because I'm being very crazy. Like it's distracting for the room, right? But I didn't give a fuck because I'm just total fanboy, right? I'm like, I forgot about the workshop already. I'm just interacting with Alan, right? And then I asked him a question that changed my life. I asked him a question. I said, can I buy you lunch? Can I buy you lunch? He paused. And he said something I'll never forget. To chuckle a bit, he said, what the hell I gotta eat? That was his reply. What the hell I gotta eat? So we went downstairs to the restaurant. We sat down. And still total fanboy. And the first thing out of my mouth, I said, Alan, I appreciate you taking the time, having lunch with me. I'm just a young guy, and I was being very transparent. I said, I'm just kind of trying to figure things out in my life. I've had a lot of failures, and quite frankly, I'm in debt, so I actually don't have a lot of money. So like, I want to buy you lunch, and I'm buying you lunch. And so if you order, a drink, a burger, no problem. But if you order anything like too expensive, like a steak, I said my credit card probably wouldn't go through. And just laughed. I think he appreciated the honesty. I just told him, my card probably wouldn't go through. He said, oh, no worry, I'm not hungry, right? And we talked. And they were asking me what I do and asking me about all the copywriting and all these things that I was doing. And after almost a month of begging and pleading, he finally took me on. That's willing to take me under his wings and teach me. And the skill that he gave me that forever changed my life is the power the ability to be able to use the written words to communicate and persuade. The power of copywriting. And he became my first mentor. He became my first mentor. And it changed my life. And I am doing what he did for me, for you. I'm the only mentee he's ever had, the only apprentice he's ever had his entire life. He's never mentored anybody else. There's only me. Because I was working in his company for a year until he, diagnosed with Parkinson's disease and he couldn't run the business anymore. And I'm passing down the torch. I'm giving you that skill set. Now, I cannot give you all the skill sets in 7 weeks, but I could give you a good foundation that you could build on. And this is why I'm such a passionate teacher, why I love to teach, like why I choose this, why I choose to build a business on it, why I don't want to, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I could tell you this. People ask me the question, Dan, what would you do if you had 100 times more money? Now I would tell them pretty much the same thing. Pretty much the same thing. Because I'm already doing what I like to do. I'm doing what I love. And I know, and that's not just, that's just easy for you to say, Sifu. No, it's true. Because I have 100 times more money compared to back then. So I know the choices that I have now, the freedom that I have now. And I still choose to do this because I like to do it. So I could be making 100 times more money. But you know what? I still want to craft out a percentage of my time to be able to teach because I enjoy doing it. Because I know from my first-hand experience what a mentor could do to someone's life. Because my mentor transformed my life. And I always want to be able to allocate my time to do some of that, to pass on the torch, to transfer my skill to you. So I always like to teach. And this is why some of our classes, we go long, right? We have done 4 or 5 hour classes. Most people wouldn't do that. They would give you the minimum. Have you ever been to those classes, right? Most classes, you're underwhelmed instead of overwhelmed, right? You're like, huh, that's it? Like, that's like an hour and a half, and you're like, you feel like, what? Like, what's going on, right? Not in my class. Anyone ask, put in chat, anyone ask any one of my students. This kind of class that you get, you're overwhelmed, not underwhelmed. Because I love what I do. I like to teach, and I don't look at the time. I don't look at oh yeah, no problem. I'll just do 2 hours of teaching and hop on and hop off, and that's it. Like doing the minimum. I don't do that. Because if I'm doing that, I won't even teach. Because I don't feel like doing it, right? But this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. So Alan gave me that skill set. And I know how powerful that skill set is, because in business, I realized, oh my God, everything that I'm doing now, I could refer back to, I learned in my early 20s, right? Now I'm almost 40. After all these years, I could still use it, and I could use it till the day I go, right? I could do this. It's such a powerful, powerful, powerful thing. And it's so fascinating because it's something that you could always improve on. That I'm still learning. I'm still learning how the new distinctions, nuances, new developments in terms of copy, in terms of closing, in terms of just business, right? That we're always growing. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever invested in other programs and seminars and workshops and systems, and yet you never use the materials being taught, or maybe using only a fraction of what was being taught? Even though maybe those are good programs. It's good materials, it's good information, but somehow you only use a fraction of a fraction, or maybe not at all, right? What you've learned. So what makes HIC different, totally different from every single damn program that you've taken in the past? Number one, I eat my own cooking. So if I'm teaching you copywriting, I'm not teaching you from a place of, I think you should do this. I think that kind of works. No, it's what we do every day. It's what we do every day. In all my companies, we utilize the exact system, the exact methodology, the same principles that I'll be teaching you to grow my own companies. And the fact, the proof is our social media. The proof is the size of our organization. The proof is how big our global movement is. Now with students in over 151 countries. So I have used my copywriting skill to build a global organization and still continue to build, to create generational wealth. In fact, none of you would be here if it wasn't for my copywriting skill. It wasn't, if you didn't read that email, you didn't join that webinar, you didn't go to the checkout page, you didn't sign up, you didn't go see the ad. Every single one of my students, you are here because of my copywriting skill, or my team's copywriting skill. So this is what I mean. I eat my own cooking. This is, so I practice what I preach. I am a practitioner of every single thing that I'm teaching you. It is not what worked in the past 10 years ago. Oh yeah, 20 years ago. Yeah, when I learned from Alan. No, it's what works fucking today. So when I teach you, this is how you need to sell. This is how you need to close. I do the same thing. In fact, sometimes I tell some of my students who've been with me, I tell them, okay, here's what he was going to do. I'm going to sell you something here. And I'm going to tell you how I'm going to sell it. And I sell it. Like I would tell them, I'm gonna make you an irresistible offer, and I'll make the irresistible offer because it's what I do. So who you learn from is more important than what you learn. You want to learn from someone who's doing it. Not that there are other copywriters are bad. I mean, there are a lot of great copywriters. There are a lot of great copywriters. But I want you to look at what they have built. Have they utilized their skills to build something significant? Not just a freelancer. It's nice to be a freelancer, but have they used their skills to build an actual organization? Forget a group of companies, just one. Just one. That should be your consideration, who you learn from. And what I've done is none of what I'm teaching you, by the way, it's new. It's not from me. None of them is original. Every single thing I'm teaching you, either I learned it from Alan, most I learned from Alan, or from the marketplace through experience, or from a lot of the kind of what I call the old school masters, the Claude Hopkins, the David Ogilvy, some of the greatest marketing minds in the world. The only difference is this: I took those proven principles from the past, right? From the best of the best, but I make it applicable to what's happening today. Because back then they have no Facebook, right? Back then they have no social media, right? They had none of those things. Things are different. The principles still apply. However, times has changed. So what I've done is taking what worked in the past, applied to modern days. And that's what we built. And that's what we built. So understand that Sifu is not going to teach you anything that is new. I'm not teaching you anything new. I'm not teaching you anything original. I'm just teaching you what works. I'm simply taking everything I've learned, omitting all the mistakes, all the try and error, right? And condense it and give you this system in HIC. So you don't have to waste years of your time. Here is on a silver platter, do this. Don't try to figure a bunch of shit out. Do this. These are the steps. Just make these moves. This is the shortcut. Make these moves. You still have to do the work. I could show you the door, but you have to be the one that walks through it. Agree? But you don't need to figure things out. You just don't. Right? You don't need to figure out how, like Facebook, we've spent $10 million on Facebook. I know a thing or two about Facebook. Do you understand? Like I'm giving you, okay, here's what we learned. Here's the stuff here's the stuff you should do. Here's the stuff you should definitely not do. I just know what works. Not that because Steve is so brilliant, because I've made a lot of fucking mistakes. Right? Just give you what you need, enough to go out there and make it happen. But not hopefully, but you still feel overwhelmed. It's normal, it's part of the process. But you see that the way that I teach, it's very, very useful and very practical. I always aim for. Forget trying to memorize everything. Always aim for what's functional. That's the difference. I want to teach you something. I want you to use it tomorrow. Not school. Freaking 2 years. How do I use this shit? Don't know, but I spent 2 years on this shit. No. Functionality. And because of that, look today, from back then, struggling, in debt, making minimum wage, to now currently entrepreneurs. Pay me $10,000 an hour for my time. Why do you think people pay me $10,000 an hour for my time? The value, the results, the return, the years experience, the value at the revenue, It is the only reason why they would do it. And HIC, you're about to go on a 7-week private mentorship with me. Each class, 2 to 3 hours. Chances are they're going to be longer than 2 to 3 hours. I'm giving you my time. It's the most valuable gift that I have. Not just time, but experience. So that's how we're going to do it. So if you're here kind of like tiptoe with the attitude of, well, I'll try this out, or we'll see how this goes, that's not how we roll here. We go all in. I'm all in. I'm here. I'm teaching you. Not spending time with my wife. Taking time away from my family. I'm spending time here with you to give you the skill set to change my life. Not looking at the clock. And more than that, there might even be a bonus class to unlock the bonus class, class 8. You need to work together as a team and achieve an average at 80% attendance rate in the next 7 weeks. We do this to motivate and kind of give you a little bit of incentive to participate live, to participate being here in the chat, because there is, I know that some it's late at night for you, maybe it's morning, the time zone, but there is a difference between just watching something and just being immersed, that you just get so much more out of it. Now, doesn't mean that afterwards you don't revisit, because you should, but being here, participating, you'll get exactly what you put into it in HIC. You half-ass, you get half-ass results. You're all in, you play full out, participate, take notes, do all the assignments. Don't do the assignments that, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that doesn't quite make sense. Oh, I don't have time for that. Half-ass effort, half-ass results. So how many of you committed? All in, play full out. Next 7 weeks, everything, give everything you've got. I'm going to give you everything I've got. You got to do your part. Everything you've got. Do all the assignments. Follow through, right? Do all the writing. Do all this, like everything that I ask, and some of them doesn't even make sense. And it shouldn't make sense. Because what makes sense to you in the past, how did that work? How's that program working so far? So do something that doesn't make sense. Do something that feels uncomfortable. You see, how many of you in Facebook group, you see the booms from the other brother sisters, your students, right? My students. You see the system works. You see the booms. You see their success. You see that screenshot, the money coming in. You see their improvements. The system works. And I can tell you that 2.0 works even better than 1.0. So you have kind of like an unfair advantage. Not only you're getting the best version of HIC, we are building on the success that we've had in the past, the best practices, and then giving this version addition to you. So there's no excuse. So the only thing I'm asking you give everything you've got. Right? You fall asleep, drink some coffee, do some jumping jack, something. I'm not gonna let you fall asleep, right? But stay focused. Stay focused. Number 2, I am not just going to teach you, I am going to train you. This is not one of those programs where you kind of just watch a bunch of stuff, a bunch of videos, and, well, that sounds interesting, and that's kind of interesting. No, we're not going to do that shit here. We're not going to learn shit, we're going to do shit. You're going to do stuff. There are a lot of things to do. So make sure you block out some time. In the next 7 weeks, well, it's forget a lot of the TV time, all that. You won't have time for that stuff. Okay, stop watching so much poor TV. Okay, spending the time, investing the time, developing your skill set. And my goal for you after 7 weeks, you love this so much, you keep on learning. That this now becomes a habit. Like, I don't want to watch TV. Right? I want to learn. I want to grow. I want you to get addicted. This is kind of good kind of addiction, right? There's good addiction, there's bad addiction. Bad addiction is addiction to alcohol, addiction to drugs, right? Good addiction, addicting to working out, addicting to learning, right? Addicting to growth, to books. Those are good kind of addictions. And I am going to push you, challenge you, and probably make you feel uncomfortable. And you see. Because I believe I wouldn't be doing my job. And so I say things where I just, whatever comes to my mind. I don't have a script. I never use a script when I teach. I could teach 5-6 hours with no script. This is what I do. Like I live and breathe what I do. I don't even have an agenda. In fact, I have the slides to keep me on track, but everything it just comes from my heart. I speak whatever is on my mind, and I just teach. So with that, usually there's no filter. Usually it's not politically correct. Sometimes it might even sound not so nice. But knowing that everything I'm teaching you, everything that I do is not to hurt you, but to help you. My intention is to help you. My intention is never to hurt you. But sometimes I might say things that might make you uncomfortable. How many of you recognize sometimes in life, the thing is, it's the things that we don't want to hear, but that we need to hear. Those are the things that help us the most in life. Right? It's like, I don't like to hear that. Right? But damn, it is true. Right? Those are the aha moments, the wake up call that we need. Like we know we need it, but until someone comes along and say, hey, have you thought about this? Are you missing this? Like, oh yeah, damn, it is. Shit. Right? And at first, it's like it takes a few moments to kind of accept the ugly truth. But then when you accept it, it's like, okay, fine. I can change. I can improve, right? I remember Alan, the first thing he asked me about those failures, about all these business failures, and I was complaining to him. I said, oh, this business, the economy sucks, my customer sucks, and my business sucks, and tax is too high, and the government sucks, and all that. And he said, Dan, your business sucks is because it's a business person. You suck. That's the first thing he said to me. Right? And it's not what I wanted to hear, but it's what I needed to hear. Do you understand? Right? He said, out of the 13 failures that you had, guess what is the one common thing in the equation? You suck. Hurts my ego, hurts my feelings. But damn, is that the truth or not? Right? Then I worked on sucking less. How can I suck less? What do I need to do? Right? I need to develop my skills. And I believe a true mentor, just like Alan, makes you do what you don't want to do so you can be who you say you want to be. I'll say that one more time. A true mentor makes you do what you don't want to do so you can be who you say you want to be. If you say you want this kind of success, if you want to say you want this quality of life, a true mentor makes you do what you don't want to do. Not letting you stay in your little bubble, your comfort zone, and it's going to be fine. No, it's not fucking fine. Move, do something, change, adapt, pivot, make a new decision, make a different move. Do it. Not just, no, it's not okay. Hell is not okay. No. And the challenge is most of our lives as an adult, we don't have that kind of accountability anymore. Wouldn't you agree? We just don't have a lot of accountability. It's like, yeah, you kind of like getting by and surviving. It's okay. It's not too bad. It's not too good. It's just like average. Oh God, I hate that word. Just average. Surviving. Scraping by. Because we don't have enough accountability. No one comes along and says, what the fuck are you doing? Wake the fuck up. Right? Why don't you have a skill set? How can you not have the ability to work from home and work remotely in a time like this? What's wrong with you? Well, I never had a chance. Now you have the fucking chance to do it. Do something about it. What kind of father? What kind of mother are you? How can you be a role model to your kids if you don't do something? Telling them, oh yeah, you can be anything you want, but what about you? What do you want to be? And you say you want to improve or spend 3 hours watching TV. What the fuck is that? Right? Like that's what I'm talking about. There's not enough accountability. And by the end of 7 weeks, with your accomplishment, doing all the assignments, you will be certified as a high-income copywriter. This is something that you could be very proud of. You could display it in your office, in your home. Because it takes effort to earn this. Not given, you got to earn it. You got to earn it. And I have students to tell me they are more proud getting this certificate than the degree, than the master degree. They kind of put their master degree somewhere under the bed in the closet. They display this proudly on the wall, on the desk. And you get this in the mail, physically in the mail. During our time together, one thing is for sure is you will be overwhelmed. So understand this, that confusion is normal as we go into different concepts on copywriting, on offer, on crafting, headline, crafting a lot, like different types of copy. You will be confused and you will get overwhelmed. In fact, sometimes after the class, your head will be spinning. You will not be able to sleep. It's normal. So whenever you're feeling confused, whenever you feel overwhelmed, what we do is we celebrate it. We celebrate it. Give yourself a pat. In fact, put up your right hand. Raise your right hand. Give yourself a pat in the back. Okay, do that. Whenever you feel overwhelmed, whenever you feel like, this is, I'm not getting it yet. This is confusing. This is so much. Good. Give yourself a pat in the back. You're growing. Celebration time. Celebration time. Because since childhood, you've been taught being overwhelmed, it is a negative emotion. Oh, I don't want to be overwhelmed. Oh, I don't want any confusion. No, being overwhelmed, it is not a negative emotion. In fact, the level of your success in life, in business, and anything you do is a direct proportion to the amount of overwhelm you can comfortably deal with. If you're not getting overwhelmed on a consistent basis, on a regular basis, you're not growing. You're not growing. So next time when you feel overwhelmed, don't avoid it. Celebrate, embrace. Embrace it like this is good. I'm learning, I'm growing. Think about if you're gonna, let's say you want to work on your bicep, okay? You want to grow that muscles. And let's say you could comfortably lift, let's say 25 pounds. Okay, you're lifting your muscle, like, okay, right? You're working your bicep. That's cool. Now, what if you just grab a fucking like 1 pound dumbbell and just do those curls? You ain't feeling shit. You're not overwhelming your muscles, right? You just, do 100 reps. Dude, you're not overwhelming your muscle. You're not growing. Nothing happens. If you wanted to grow, what do you need to do? Either you increase the reps or increase the weight, right? You got to stretch the muscles. And next day you might feel sore. You might, oh man, I can't lift my arm. Holy shit, right? Oh man, oh this my shoulder hurts. Good. That means you're growing. And think about a muscle. Think of your mind as a muscle, because your mind is a muscle. If you don't use a muscle for a long time, what happens to that muscle? Let's say you don't exercise that muscle for a long time. What do they do? What happens? You lose it, deteriorate it. That's correct. It shrinks. That's correct. It becomes weaker. That's correct. What happens to your overwhelmed muscle over these years? Tell me. What the fuck happens to your overwhelmed muscle? Do you work on it enough? So don't avoid it. If you're after class, your head is spinning good. Your hand, your wrist, your thumb is hurting from writing good. You don't get some of the concepts, you're confused, good. You can always go back and revisit. And we always have the community here to support you. Ask questions, we're here. Your brothers and sisters are here. They've walked the same path that you walked on. Ask. Ask. There's a Karate Kid movie by Jackie Chan. In Jackie Chan, with Will Smith's son, there's a scene that Jackie Chan is telling him to put on a jacket and take off the jacket. He said, jacket on, jacket off, right? And the Karate Kid, right, the mentee, the apprentice, was doing it, but then it's like, what the fuck am I doing? I don't get that. Put on a jacket. I thought you were gonna teach me kung fu. I'm doing this stupid shit. I quit, right? And then Jackie Chan, the Sifu in the movie, says, well, kung fu lives in everything that we do. It lives in how we put on a jacket and how we take off a jacket. It lives in how we treat people. Everything is kung fu. Everything is copy. So I'll be asking you to do things that might not make sense. Why, Sifu, why do we need to do this? Jacket on, jacket off. That's what I'll say to you. Jacket on, jacket off. Jacket on, jacket off. In some cases, I might not explain why I'm asking you to do that. Jacket on, jacket off. So in the next 7 weeks, my role is to be the Jackie Chan for you. You are the Karate Kid. To be that coach, to be that mentor, to be that Sifu, right? Which equals mentor in martial art terms. That's why a lot of my students call me Sifu, because of out of respect of my martial art background. That's what I am here to do. In fact, sometimes you see I use a lot of martial art metaphor. I use a lot of art of war metaphor because I like to integrate a lot of that into what I teach. And I do have a lot of students who ask me, like, what does Sifu mean in Chinese? It's actually made of two words. C-S-I-F-U, Sifu, that's how you pronounce it. C actually means teacher. Fu actually means father figure. That's what the term means. And in Asian culture, we have a saying. I'll say in Chinese and I explain, okay? 一日為師，終身為父 means Sifu for a day, Sifu for life in martial art terms. And that's why as a Chinese, I take that very seriously. I take that very seriously. High income copywriting secret number 3. Financial confidence versus financial freedom. How many of you here because you want to develop that unshakable financial confidence? Put in the chat. And how many of you here because you want to have that freedom? You want to have the financial freedom. And there's a difference. And I explain it. What you want might change. Because it would give you clarity of actually what you're actually after. What you're actually after may not be what you're after right now. After about 10 minutes, you might get an aha moment. For some, it will be a mic drop moment. What you're actually striving for. Now, this is my father. That's me. Probably 7, 8 years old. Right? My dad is holding it's a little brick cell phone. And it's not a cell phone, it's actually a water bottle. It's a little water bottle, but I'm already closing deal. I felt like I'm closing deal as a young kid. Now I want to draw your attention. This is the house that we lived in Hong Kong before I moved to Canada. Now, what do you see in the pictures? This is my bedroom, by the way. You see the little desk? That's where I do my homework. That is the size of the room. Like right next to the desk, that is the door. That's it. Because Hong Kong, the space is very, very small. Do you notice the wall, the chipped paint near the windows? This is where seafood came from. Does that look like a wealthy family to you? Does that look like a well-off family to you? Do I look like a rich kid to you? But I'm happy. I was very happy. It's with my dad, right? But not financially successful by any stretch of imagination. I came from a very humble beginning. Very humble beginning. In all these years, one thing I've learned is that financial freedom is a myth. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. What? See, what do you mean? I thought people talk about financial freedom. I want to be financially free. No, it's a myth. I used to believe in that. I used to believe that, hey, I wanted financial freedom. I want to be free. No. The reason being is, and now this is a perfect illustration with what happens to the economy. What's going on around the world right now. You might think, well, financial freedom. Tell me why you want financial freedom. Put in the chat. Why do you want financial freedom? To do what? To be able to do what? Power, choice, dream life, help your family, live a good life, pay very close attention, because this is very important. To be able to travel, to have more choices. Basically, kind of live life on your own terms. That's kind of what you're after, right? To be able to travel, to be able to provide for family, kind of live life on your own terms. More choices, more power, but at the end, that's what it is, right? So that when you want to work, you could. You don't want to work, you don't have to, right? You want to retire, you could, to do what you want. Live life on your own terms. If you had your money in the stock market, you thought you were finally you have that nest egg. You're financially free. Suddenly something like COVID-19 hits, you've lost 50%, 60% portfolio. Now what? Are you still free? You own real estate. Suddenly all the tenants can't pay money. can make rent. You're getting positive cash flow, living off that rental income. Suddenly, when they cannot pay rent, are you free? What about business? You've got a good business going. Hey, kind of providing for a family. You've got a good team running the business. Great. Suddenly something like COVID-19 hits, you're out of business. Are you free? So the idea of that financial freedom, it is an illusion. It doesn't exist. And I'm telling you, I'm going to free you right now. You want to be free? How many of you want me to free you right now? Right now, this moment. You don't need to chase financial freedom because you're already free. What? Zifu, what do you mean? I'm confused. You are already free. Just because you're stuck at a job doesn't mean you're not free. First of all, I'm going to ask 3 questions. I'll rest my case. Do you, well, depend for most, where you live, do you have freedom of speech? Can you express your point of view on social media or to other people? Do you have the freedom of mobility? Meaning, can you go out and walk from from here to there, to go meet someone, to go not meet someone? Okay. Number 3, do you have the freedom to learn whatever the hell you want to learn? If you want to. Then you're free. We put ourselves in a cage that doesn't exist. You are trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. So the fact that you're chasing freedom, you've imprisoned yourself. You're saying, I need freedom. I feel caged. Yeah, because you put the fucking cage there. There's no cage. For most of us, you can pretty much do whatever the hell you want. Put aside the money. I'm not talking about buying things, putting money aside. We'll get to that. I'm just talking about living. You are free. So don't chase it. Live it. So the minute you chase freedom, you've lost freedom. Because you're chasing something that doesn't exist. This is like exactly, I saw those, you have horse racing, you have those dog racing. These dogs run very fast. And what makes the dogs run fast is there's this mechanical rabbit thing in the front. These hounds, right? And they go chase like around the track. It's super fast because there's this rabbit that's going super fast around the track, and they're chasing it, but they never catch it because it's a mechanical rabbit. That's what you've been taught. You're chasing the financial freedom. Financial freedom is that mechanical rabbit. And I used to believe in this idea. I thought that that's it. Freedom. I used to preach that's what it is. And I learned now, after now I'm more mature, now I've gone through more things, I've had more life experience. I'm like, what are we chasing? Why are we chasing this mechanical rabbit? So from a living perspective, you're already free. There's nothing to chase. When you chase, you've lost, you'll never get freedom. When you don't chase, you have that peace of mind. You have arrived. Doesn't mean we don't want to create financial success. We will. That just gives you more luxuries and more choices in life. We'll get all that. But I'm talking about freedom. Because ask yourself, how long have you been chasing financial freedom? How many years? Do you feel you're getting closer? Instead, what I am teaching you, what I'm suggesting as my student, right, is my apprentice. Instead of aiming for financial freedom, aim for financial confidence. That's what we want. And what is the difference? A college education doesn't guarantee financial success. Question, does a college education today guarantees financial success? Does that guarantee you'll be able to make not a great living, just like a decent living, be able to get a fucking job? Does that degree guarantees that? No. And does a college education, a formal education, does that mean you have that does that equal financial confidence? No. Why not? Because here's what financial confidence actually means. It means knowing that you have the ability to generate income on demand regardless of what state the economy is in. Write this down. Financial confidence is not financial freedom. It's not this like elusive place that you'll get to somehow that you don't have to do anything and you retire. No. What you want is financial confidence, getting to a place where you know in your soul you have the ability to generate income no matter what the hell happens in the economy. In fact, when the economy goes into shit, you actually generate more income. That's what gives you power, choices, control, and freedom. It is not the thing, it's your ability. Because the thing changes. What's the thing from 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? It changes. It is very stupid to chase the thing. That's why I laugh. I look at the people on social media. Oh, what about cryptocurrency? What about Bitcoin? What about Buttcoin? What about who gives a fuck? They're chasing the thing. Right? That thing. I buy that thing. I invest in that thing. My life will be set. If you need to invest that thing to be set for life, your life is fucked. My life doesn't depend on any investment, any single thing. It depends on me. Because things changes, doesn't it? You would think, oh, someone, a big company that owns a retail mall. Oh, man, that's a big company, man, right? That's like great. That's a lot of wealth. Well, maybe not so smart now if they own a retail mall, especially a big fucking one. So what happens to that financial freedom? Like, is this sinking in? Like I'm going deep here. Why this is important? So do you need to chase freedom? What are you actually after? Financial confidence. I don't need financial freedom. All I need is financial confidence. And I can always work on it. So here is the writer downer. The writers down. Come from a place knowing you're already free while developing your financial confidence. This way, you're happy. You are fulfilled. While you're developing your capabilities and your abilities. Don't need to chase. There's nothing to chase. I don't need that to validate who I am. I don't need stuff to validate who I am. Doesn't mean you don't get stuff. Get stuff. I like stuff. but you don't need it to validate who you are. Is this is this sinking in? Like, this is, I told you, we go deep. I don't fuck around. I'm not here just to give you technical skill, and you will get a ton of technical skills from me. I'm giving you a life skill, a way to look at things. Money doesn't make you rich. Skills make you rich. Job doesn't pay the bill anymore. Wouldn't you agree? It's the skills. And it's not even business that pays the bills. All business provides, no, business doesn't pay the bills. In fact, for a lot of business owners, most small business owners, do you think the business pays the bills? For most business owners, they make less than what they were making as an employee. And they work harder. So that doesn't pay the bills. It's the skills that you bring to the business that generates the income, generates the revenue, that pays the bills. It's not the business. The same business, someone could run into the ground, someone could take it and then 2, 3, 5 exit. Why? Because that person's got the skills. Same business. No different than the value I'm providing when I acquire different companies. It's not that just the business, it's the skill sets I've accumulated over the years. And I can bring that to the business to make that grow. That's what adds value. That's what creates wealth. You can turn something that's mediocre, average, to something exceptional. Versus most business owners, you give them a good business, they fucking run it to the ground. So it's not the investment, it's the skills. Think about it. With the global crisis, economic crisis that we're in, what is more powerful? Having a little bit of money in the stock market, or the ability to actually generate money consistently? When you've got money in something, and I don't mean don't invest. I like to invest, but I'm saying don't count on that as, oh, that's the be all and end all my investment, man. That's everything, man. You know how many wealthy people I know? The investments, yeah, sometimes money, sometimes doesn't make money. But that's not the game. That's not the game we're playing. We're playing the game of developing skill sets that we always could count on ourselves to generate income. And who wants more income? Put in the chat. Then this is a game that we always play. I'll say that one more time. If you want more income, then this is a game that we continuously to play. I am still working on my income. I will continue to work on my income so that I could invest. But I'm working on my skills to could produce those income. I'm working on it. Why is my hourly rate only $10,000? Why is it not $100,000 per hour? Why is my time not worth $100,000? Why is it not worth $50,000? Just a zero. That's how I see it. Just a simple zero. So what skill sets I need to possess in order to add a zero to my hourly rate? Most people, they bitch about the hourly rate. Oh, I'm not making enough. I'm not getting paid enough. Oh man, they're ripping me off. Those damn employers. What the fuck have you done to upgrade your skills? You are only worth that much. you're only worth their minimum wage. And it's not the employer, it's the marketplace saying that you're worth this much. If you work at McDonald's, minimum wage. Because that's what the marketplace pays. That's how much the marketplace values that particular skill set of punching a few keypads, being able to say, hey, would you like fries with that? That's worth minimum wage. Has nothing to do with you like it or not. It's just what it is. And they, oh man, you're not paying enough. Like, give me a fucking break. I want to increase my rate by 3%. If that 3% a year increase makes a fucking difference, holy fuck, aren't you a fucking loser? You got to get a life, man. Like, if that 3% makes a fucking difference, like that's what you're fighting for the entire year to get a 3% increase, my God, you should be thinking about a 30, 40, 50, 100% increase every year. Not think about, oh, no, hell no. Not think about, oh, I want to make another, 50 cents, per hour. No, how can I write an email and make $200? How can I write 20, 30, 50 of those a month? I want to make more writing one single email than all these people make in 1 week. That's your goal. You with me? That your goal is not that, oh, let me go back to school, spend another 2 years so I can make another, few grand or whatever the fuck it is, like per month. I mean, come on. Come on. Like, how is that a formula for success? And look at the people who are doing that, following that path. Like, it doesn't work. Don't do it that way. So can we agree it is the skills that pays the bills? It is a game that we will continually to play in our lifetime. Keep working on our skill sets. I'm working on my skill sets all the time. When I hear people say, oh, I learned enough, really? Are you a billionaire yet? Seriously. Are you even a millionaire yet? And you say you've learned enough. Wow. Great. Round of applause for you, man. Like, awesome. You clearly know something I don't. Because I'm working on my skills. And I don't even feel that successful. I do not, seafood doesn't feel successful, just so you know. I am a beginner. I'm scratching the surface of my potential. I'm reading, I'm learning. I hire coaches. I hire advisors. I probably spend more money on advisors and coaches, consultants than what most people earned. Probably in 10 years, not 1 year. Not because the money, because I enjoy the growth. I don't give a shit about the money. I want to grow. I want to see what it's my capability. Because I want to become a better version of myself, just like you. I'm walking the same path. And I like to teach part of it because I get to grow. Seeing you grow by teaching, it forces me to grow. The student makes the teacher better, right? It makes me think about, oh, okay, my method, how can I refine it? How can I simplify it? How can I make it better? How can I improve on this? It's great. Like it forces me to grow. So it's great. Right. So I get a high level accountability for myself as well from my students. So it's great. I love it. And this is the car that I was driving. My very first car, right? Ford Escort Ford. What else got sedan? And recently I bought back the exact same model, not exact same car, but the exact same model of the Ford, of this car, exact same color, to put into my collection. And people ask me, why, Sifu, why do you do that? I want to always remember where I came from. No, it's automatic. It's not stick. It's automatic because I didn't know how to drive stick back then. I want to know where I came from. And it's like, well, Sifu, I thought you talked about wealth trigger. Yes, this is the car that I have today. Sometimes when you are in this environment too long, even myself, I'm human. You would forget where you came from because you just used to a certain lifestyle for so long. And I always want to remind myself when I see that Ford Escort, that car, that lemon, because it tells me everything that I have today, the success, the fulfillment, the accomplishment, everything that I've accomplished, I fucking work for it. This car that you see didn't just manifest like out of the blue, out of thin air. I utilize my skill sets to create it. And always want to remind myself I could utilize the same skill sets to do more, to be more, to impact more, to create more. If I could do, like when you look at both car side by side, that is the before and after, and always remind myself of the before and after. I always want to remember the before. And gives me tremendous confidence always where I could do this. I can do a lot of things. Nothing would stop me. You with me? That's my wealth trigger. That's why I bought that car. Makes no sense. Why we buy a lemon? Yeah, the fucking thing barely drives. And lucky you can drive that Ford Escort without breaking down. But I love having it. Like I see it. It gives me certain emotions. It gives me a certain boost of motivation. I love like that's good. Yeah, that's where I came from. Now, how many of you are introvert, by the way? Introvert. How many of you are extrovert? An extrovert in the group? All right. Ambivert. Yeah. So we have some ambiverts in the group as well. I'm an ambivert, meaning that I am actually introvert by nature most of the time, but I could be an extrovert in certain environments or environment that I'm comfortable with. Right. So when I'm teaching now, I'm an extrovert, right? But when I'm usually most of the time when I'm working, I'm introvert. Like I like no distractions. I like no one coming in. I like to close the door. I need my space, right? Now, copywriting, it is the number one high income skill for introverts. I strongly believe. So if you're introvert, you could not have picked a better high income skill. If you are an ambivert like myself, great. Then I would recommend you utilize this, right, to be able to communicate better, right? Like when you're introvert, when you're operating as an introvert. If you're extrovert, meaning that you're already comfortable with people, you're not afraid to talk to people. You're not afraid to talk to strangers. What this would teach you is this. It would teach you finesse. Because extrovert, okay, talk to me here. Extrovert. How many times, sometimes when you talk to people, you just talk a little bit too much. You can't stop, right? Just take over the conversation, right? So as an extrovert, you're a bit too out there. So this would teach you how to think, sometimes how to slow down, how to be more strategic. So it's not just being like a crazy, super hypey and high energy extrovert. You're now a much more strategic, calm, sophisticated introvert because you understand some of these principles, and you will learn naturally how to get more out of conversation, how to make that sell, how to communicate the same message, saying less. You don't always need to have energy. No, just how do you just a little bit more sophisticated, right? How to get it done in that email, right? In the private message. This is what this skill would help you accomplish. Now, this is Sifu. This is what I looked like when I met Alan's, roughly. This was me in Toastmasters. Does that look like an extrovert to you? Does that look like someone who's like full of confidence? Now, you won't hurt my feelings. You won't hurt my feelings. Pretend you don't know Sifu. You don't know who I am. You see someone like that in Toastmasters with a little name tag. How would you describe this person if you don't know me? Shy, timid, unsure, insecure, nervous, yes. Nerd, yes. Not confident, low self-esteem, yes. Trying to figure things out, yes. Quiet, shy. Lower self, yes. So this photo says it all. Where it came from. Because it's very, very difficult sometimes now, even for Sifu, to convince people this is where it came from. Because now people see who I am, what I do. Oh yeah, natural. You're natural. It comes easy for you. You're always like this. They don't believe me. And the more successful I become, the bigger my reach, the harder it is for my students or non-students to believe me. And then the problem becomes, oh yeah, of course, Sifu Dan, you could do it, but I'm not like you. I'm not as articulate. I'm not as confident, like they have this comparison, like I'm not you. Don't try to be me. Try to be the best of you. But this is where it came from. Like from paying attention, looking. I want you to look at this picture. Okay. To where I'm today. From this picture to this picture. What does that tell you? Do you think Sifu had that natural ability? I'm naturally born with those skill sets. Do you think it's luck that I got to where I am? Do you think it's coincidence? Do you think just success falls on my lap from the sky? I could tell you, look in the eyes and tell you who I am today, from Danny the boy to the Danlock today. I created this person. I created this person. I shaped this person. Just like a sculpture. Not overnight, but it's doable. It's doable for me, it's doable for you, if you want it bad enough. So whenever you have doubts, Just always think about this picture. This is where Sifu came from. This is who I am today. This is where you are today, projecting to the future where you could be, and then looking back. And I see this from students all the time who've been with me, especially for 6 months, a year, a couple of years. When they first came into the community, when they first studied with me, I always, because I watch, I look at the Facebook group, I see the before, the introduction video, right? And after, even sometimes as short as after 7 weeks, who they are after 7 weeks. Forget me, don't recognize them. They don't even recognize themselves. Like they look at their own. I tell them sometimes, hey, you don't remember the intro video that you did? Watch that. And they're like, ugh, can't believe, that was me, right? They're like, oh my God, right? But it's good. It's a good kind of cringe because you should be proud of like how far you've come. Because that's why one of the things I suggest all my students to do is you make intro video, because to document your own journey. You want to document your own journey because sometimes after you grow, you don't think about it anymore, right? But when you document your own journey, after share, oh, here's what I've learned, and you will see your progress. I wish back then I had document more. I didn't have a lot of photos. Because I didn't like myself. So I didn't like to take photos. I didn't so I didn't have like videos and all those things. But now I'm documenting my life, right? And you should too, to be able to share and seeing your own, because you will see immediately. Couldn't you see if you see yourself 3 months, 6 months, a year ago, right? You could see, oh wow, like holy shit. I remember back then I didn't even know what a headline is, right? And now you're getting PayPal, you're writing email, you're writing landing pages. Like, my goodness, like this would build so much confidence for you because you're still growing, but you would be able to see how far you've come. Does that make sense? So absolutely, I recommend. Like, don't be shy from, you're not doing it for others, you're doing it for yourself. To document, and Facebook is a great way to kind of document and collect all those, right? So, okay, I'm going to make an intro video. Hey, this is my first class. I'm excited. And here's what I've learned. And then second class, you share. And then just through that, you will see your own progress, right? It's a beautiful thing to see. And it's easily searchable, right? And then not only you can see yourself growing, but your brothers and sisters, they will see your growth. And that inspires them to grow as well, right? It's a great thing. So it's not like just kind of doing it. No, it's a great exercise. This is one of those jacket on, jacket off, right? Wax on, wax off moment. I see if I'm not comfortable with camera. It's okay, just do one. Do the intro video. Just do the intro video. Just share. No one will judge. Are we going to judge? Put in chat. Are we going to judge when someone who's the first time, a little bit nervous? Is that okay? Were you nervous sometimes in the beginning, right? It's okay, right? You don't need that perfect take. You don't need to do 20 takes. Just be yourself. Just share. Just sharing. Okay. We are 2 hours and 8 minutes in. Can you believe this? Time flies. You've been with me for 2 hours. We are probably halfway. I would say halfway. This would probably no, it's not going to be a 12-hour class, probably 4-hour class. 4-hour class. So why don't we take a just short break? Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Okay, 5-minute break. Go stretch your legs. Go to the bathroom. You want to grab a glass of water. Okay, 5 minutes, and we'll resume in exactly 5 minutes.
All right. So while everyone is grabbing a drink or perhaps some food, let me know in the chat if you are still with me. What have been some of your takeaways so far? And also pay attention to what other members are typing in the chat, because we all learn in a different way. So maybe there was something that you missed, or maybe you saw it in a different way. Then do share it with us, because we can all learn from each other. So what have been some of your takeaways so far? I see the question, so what? Mindset, everything is copy. $50 million agencies, more to come, more people need copy. That's right, jacket on, jacket off. I shape my own world. Yes. Everything is copy. Financial confidence, just share. You sculpt yourself over the years, definitely. Chasing freedom creates a cage made me think about something. Shape yourself day by day. Overwhelm equals growth. I'm responsible for creating the best version of myself. Definitely. All knowledge equals yourself knowledge. Everything is kung fu. Skills pay the bills. Wow. A lot of good takeaways. Overwhelming is equals celebrating. Yes, definitely. Now, if you haven't done so already, make sure you post your introduction video within the HIC Facebook group. Now, I already saw some of your videos and posts, but if you haven't made a video yet, then I encourage you to do so. And if you're not really comfortable with that, then that's okay. Share it in your video. Make that first step out of your comfort zone, because we are truly here as a family to support you and to help you. And believe me, the first video that you make or the first take will probably not be your last one. And actually, let me know in the chat if you already made your introduction video, how many takes it took you to make that final video or to post that final video. I see five takes, 7 times, 100 times, 5 times, plus 40. It takes me 30 times. Wow. So as you can see, wow, Adam, 1, no fear. Okay, okay, okay. But most of the time, it takes a few takes until you get it right. Now also make sure you stretch a little bit, because if you're sitting down the whole time, I bet that your legs are starting to feel a little bit sleepy. So make sure you stand up, walk around for a bit, go take some fresh air, and we will be back in about 3 more minutes.
Okay, we are back. Put in the chat if you are ready to go. All right. So we're talking about learning copywriting. Why am I sharing these kind of life lessons with you? Siva, just teach me copywriting. I want to learn how to write headline. By the end of 7 weeks, you'll realize writing headline is easy. Getting your head screwed on straight is not. Writing headline, if you're using instant scripts, like our software, drag and drop, fill in the blank, how hard is that with the software? Getting your head right, not so easy. Not so easy. High income copywriting secret number 4, your words shape your world. Say it with me. My words shape my world. One more time. My words shape my world. Your words shape your world. So words are more powerful than an army, swifter than a light beam. Words can ruin friendships, cause pain, conflict, and even war. Words can attract people to you or drive them away. Words can persuade others to take all sorts of actions, go to war, or march for peace, to laugh, to cry, or to buy. Words in your self-talk can make you sad or happy. Words can make you poor or rich. So words that you speak to yourself and to others hold tremendous power. Have you ever said some of these things to yourself? I can't afford it. That costs too much. I am not ready. That's not for people like me. My parents are not wealthy. Well, yeah, but English is not my first language. I don't have a background in this. I don't know if this will work. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I deserve it. I don't know if I'm good enough. These words hold power, the power to hold you back, the power stopping you from accomplishing what you want to accomplish. So if we know words shape our world, shouldn't we be way more selective of what kind of words we use to communicate internally to ourselves on a consistent basis? I would argue you're not where you want to be yet because you've been using the wrong words your entire life. I'll say that one more time to let that sink in. You are not where you want to be in your life yet because you've been using the wrong words your entire life. Words that you picked up from your parents, your relatives, your friends, their vocabulary. And yes, people who are successful, they have certain kind of vocabulary. They use certain words to communicate certain messages to themselves. Unsuccessful people, they have a lot of vocabulary. Think of, okay, what are some of the vocabulary, some of the words, some of the languaging of people who are victims, who are broke, who are struggling? Give me some example. I know that. Yeah, that's right. I know that already. I'll do it later. What else? Money's evil. I can't do this. It's not my fault. The government never helps people like me. It's hard. What else? I'll do it later. I'm not lucky. It's not fair. Yes. They're holding me down. Who the fuck is holding you down? They're holding me down. It doesn't work for me. I don't have money. Well, no wonder you don't have money when you're saying all this shit all the time. I got no time. But you have 3 hours for Netflix, though. Somehow you find time. Damn. So words. So imagine this. This is very powerful. This is going to be one of those mic drop moments. Okay, so pay close attention. Imagine if you didn't have a word. Let's say for driving. Imagine you didn't have a word for left and right, or the concepts of in front of or behind. You just imagine if you're driving and you don't have those words. How would you give yourself direction? How would you orient yourself? How would your relationship to the world be different? So what does this mean? It means the words you choose habitually to use all the time, those words shape your world. So in order to change your world, what's the first thing you got to change? Your words. I'll give you an example. You want to be let's say you want to be a good business person. What are some of the words of a good business person? Leverage, operating income, cash flow, expense, cost of goods sold, right? Profit and loss statement, profit margin. Those are words. Now, for some people, if they don't understand these words, they don't know how to read financials, then how could they manage their finance and how can they run a business? If you want to be a good marketer, cost per lead, cost per sale, lifetime value of a customer, which you'll learn all these things, right? Opt-in rate, click-through rate, opening rate. To an outside person, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't understand what it is. That's why they're not copywriters, because they don't speak the language. Copywriting is a language of revenue. So you want to change your circumstances? The first thing you got to do, you got to change the words that you use. Meaning learning new words. And research shows we typically only use a few thousand words. We only use a few thousand words again and again. The problem is you were not aware of those words that you were using. And those words shape your world. So whatever direction your words lead, your mind, body, environment will inevitably follow. If you're struggling financially, even you don't want to, I guarantee 100% you have the vocabulary of a poor person. You're using the words of a broke person. Just by having if Steve was having a conversation with you, 5 minutes, I could tell. I could probably tell how much income you're making. Within the ballpark. Because your words tells me your beliefs, your environment, everything that's going through your mind. At the same time, when I meet someone like, okay, that person is worth a lot. I know that. I could tell. Because the words they're using. Just recently, I had a conversation with a gentleman who runs 42 companies. 42 companies, almost same age as me, 600 employees, worth a few hundred million, going to $1 billion. You know what he used? the language you're using, KPI, leverage buyout, acquisition, deferred down payment, finance. He has a different vocabulary than most people. He has the language, the words of a finance person. So is it because he's a finance person, so he uses those words? Or because he uses those words, he's a finance person? That's the question, isn't it? So what words are you choosing to use? Or do you just pick up those words from your parents?
I'll just go to school, play it safe. Why can't you be like everybody else? Why can't you be like your cousin? Why are you so ambitious?
Unfortunately, we pick up those vocabularies from our parents. I can tell you my vocabulary is completely different from my mom. I'm nothing like my mom. I love my mom, but I'm nothing like my mom. We joke about it. My mom is like, maybe somehow, when you grow up, maybe in the hospital, we switch, I picked the wrong baby or something, because there's nothing like I look like my mom, but psychologically, the way I operate, the words I use, nothing like my mom. And I love my mom to death. And we have a lot in common. I'm just saying the way I see things, the way I operate, the languaging, the words I use. I know I'm not because my mom, it's my mom, right? So write this down. The distance between everything you want and need is your words. The distance between where you are to where you want to go is your words. Words that you use to communicate with yourself internally, and words that you use to externally, to the outside world, how you close, how you communicate, how you persuade. That's it. Period. It is actually that simple. Doesn't mean it's easy, but it is that fucking simple. The things you didn't do, the action you didn't take, the things that you missed out. Didn't you whisper certain words to yourself? Well, maybe it's not the right time. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll do it later. Well, I guess it's not for me. Yeah, I guess I'm not ready. I guess I'm not good enough. A few words completely destroy you. How many of you are married? You're married? Chances are because one single word. You said yes instead of no. And that completely changed your life. In a good way or bad way, that I don't know. I don't judge. Right? This is not a marriage course, although it could be, but it's not a marriage course. But really, it's yes or no. The only difference is one letter difference, right? One has 3 letters, one has 2 letters. You said yes instead of no. But how many times in your life you should have said yes, but you said no? How many good opportunities you miss out? What if you could have said yes to those things? What if you could go back and actually say yes to those things? Say yes to the opportunity. Say yes meeting that person. Say yes reading that book. But all because all the missing opportunities, all because you said no. You used a different word at the moment. And completely take your life to a completely, maybe sometimes it's choosing that career. Sometimes it's moving to that new country. Yes, no, okay. No, I'm not going to do it. Oh, yes, I'm going to do it. Boom. Completely different life, completely different direction, different outcome. So destiny is not a matter of chance. It is a matter of choice. Say it with me. Destiny is not a matter of chance. It's a matter of choice. As a high-income copywriter, we write our own destiny. And when I say it's a matter of a choice, it's not just choice of your decision. It's a choice of your words. You could choose a different word. You can choose use different words. Couldn't you? Then why are we using words that are disempowering? Why are we using words that are negative? Why are we using words that are holding us back? Why are we using words that's giving us limitations? Just the fact you learned the two new words called financial confidence, these two words, I promise you, will change your life. How many of you recognize just now knowing these two words? These two words you didn't even know exist before. That puts you in a different path, right? On a totally different journey, different direction, different level of clarity, different level of certainty. Two simple words. You see how powerful this is? So it is your job, your duty to be way more selective of the words that you use. Don't be lazy about it. You want to be very careful of what words you use, because that would either accelerate, elevate you, or it would destroy you. Is this making sense? How many of you are loving this, by the way? Is this useful? Is this helpful to you? Because it's all about functionality, right? It's about, is it useful? Are you getting this? I don't want this to be a philosophy. I'm not teaching you a philosophy. Although I know it sounds like a philosophy, it's not a philosophy. Not theory here. It's giving you a new filter, a new lens to look at things so you can make different decisions. When you make different decisions, you get different outcome. Different outcome, different life. Words. High-income copywriting secret number 5. Mindset over mechanics. This is key. Mindset over mechanics. Like I said, easy to write headline. Not easy to get your head screwed on straight. Because one of the things now I have trained, literally, tens of thousands of students in the various programs. Tens of thousands. If you're including the smaller programs, hundreds of thousands of students across the globe. I'm always fascinated by it, and I'm still fascinated by why there's students that would take what I teach and skyrocket to success and produce amazing results, being able to provide true financial stability to the family and live life on their own terms. And I have a different group of students who would learn exactly the same information and they would do nothing. And some would actually blame on the information. I'm always fascinated by it. So tell me why. You tell me why. How could it be? How could two people, one take what I teach, make 6-figure, one take same thing and make nothing? It's the same thing. It's the same principles, the same strategies. Why is that? How could I have students who go through 7 weeks? One would say, I transformed their life. One would say, this doesn't work for me. Like, how could it be? Like, it's like I make a dish. One person tastes this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. This is so delicious. One tastes like, this sucks. Doesn't taste good. It's the same dish. It always, always, always boils down to mindset. Why I always, always incorporate the proper mindset training in everything I do over mechanics. To the untrained eyes, they would think I spend way too much time on mindset. To the smart trained eyes, they would know that is everything. They would know that's, like, especially the ones who are go-getters, the ones who are moving forward, the ones who are actually progressing. They would, and every level is another devil. Write this down, right? And they would grow, and they will hit their plateau. And what will get them to the next level, to breakthrough, it is not more ways to write headlines. It's their mindset. It's fixated. There's a glass ceiling. And for most people, when something doesn't work, have you ever done this before? When things are not going your way, you're not getting the results. It doesn't have to be finance. It could be weight loss, right? It could be relationship. It could be exercise. It could be career. Business. It doesn't matter, right? It's very, very. It's natural for as a human being. A natural tendency is, what do I need to do to get blank? What do I need to do to make money? What do I need to do to lose weight? What do I need to do to quit my job? What do I need to do to grow my business? Give me the what. What do I need to do? And then what happens is they get the how to. You get the how to. You get some how to, and you go through something kind of like this. Your feelings chart. Now see if you can relate to this, okay? Put yes if you can relate to this. First, let's say even you're learning something new, learning a course, going through HIC, any kind of program. I can't wait, this is so excited, right? Class 1, this is awesome. After class 1, oh, what? This is confusing, I'm not getting it, right? Class 2, oh, this is sweet, this is awesome. After class 2, oh man, it seems hard, can I actually do this, right? And then class 3 comes along. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my goodness, this is amazing, man. Class 4, oh man, I've made a terrible choice. I don't think I can do this. I don't think this is for me, right? And then class 5 comes along. Oh my God, I'm getting it. This is awesome. I'm growing. Class 6, oh man, I suck. I should just quit. I don't know if I could do it. And oh man, I made it now, right? The question is why we do this to ourselves. That's my question to you. Why do you do this to yourself? Why cannot that be a strict line? Why does it have to be this like yo-yo effect? Do you think this is useful? Do you think this is beneficial to your growth? Why do we put ourselves through this roller coaster? Because it's fun? Why? That's right, mindset. Yeah, all those are self-doubt. What's all part of it? We're gonna narrow this down. We're gonna solve this. Who wants to solve this? No, we're not gonna solve this permanently, but I am gonna give you some tools. I'm gonna give you some tools. So at least let's not try to eliminate. How about let's reduce the amount of ups and downs? Can we make it a little bit more less ups and downs? There's a little bit less. So the roads are a little bit less bumpy. right? The bigger the why, the easier the how. The bigger the why, the easier the how. This shit that you see, very often, your why is not big enough. Think about it. Your why is not big enough. All the how to, if your why is big enough, is there anything that could stop you from getting the how to? No. And one of the concepts I teach actually in high tier closing, I call that the gun to the head urgency, right? So imagine, same chart. A vicious criminal just kidnaps the most important person to you in the world. Could be your spouse, could be your boyfriend, girlfriend, your parent, could be your kid. A vicious criminal just kidnap that person, take that person out of your life. And he say to you, you got 7 weeks to learn this skill. You don't learn it, I'm going to kill the person that they kidnap. I'm going to pull that trigger. No mercy. Do you think you're gonna have this issue? Do you think you'll be, I think I'm confused. Oh, I don't know if I can do this shit. Oh, no, I think I made a terrible choice. No. See, when you have a strong why in front of you, all this disappears. All the excuses, all the reasons why you can't do it, all these mental BS disappears when you have a strong why in front of you. What would make a mom run towards a burning building when the child is in that building? That's a why. When the child's not in the building, why would I do it? It's so hard. It's so dangerous. Makes no sense. So you've been playing with a very, very small why. So what it means is you kind of want it, but you don't want it bad enough. When I show you the picture from Toastmasters, who Sifu was, to where I'm today, do you see a man with a strong why? Or do you see a man with lukewarm motivation? That's a man on a mission. That's a man with a strong why. That is the difference. When your why is strong enough, you could get the how to. I give you all the how to's in the whole fucking world. Your why is not strong enough. It doesn't help. I can teach you all the techniques you need, more than you can handle. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're not going to go, you're just not going to get far because this shit will kick in. It just would. So you have to ask yourself, how bad do you want this? And I don't just mean, oh yes, if I want it badly. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, yes, typing in I want it badly, yes, it's 10 out of 10. No, I'm talking about your actions. Does your action reflect that? Does your schedule reflect that? Does your effort reflect that? Because I could tell you, Alan mentoring me But the support that he gives me, the knowledge, all of that is a fraction compared to what I'm giving you. He didn't sit down with me and teach me for 5-6 hours. Never. I just observed. I have access to his library. He would critique my work from time to time. And he would teach me a certain principle. Not like this. Not anywhere close to this. There's no examples. There's no mindset training. There's no formula. You figure this shit out on your own. And I turned out okay. Because my why was so much bigger than the how. And now our students, templates. Now we've even created a fucking software, instant scripts to help you write, to shorten your learning curve, to slash your time. And I could still hear, oh, Sifu, I can't crank on email. Like, I mean, I want to choke somebody. Like, really? How about like, like, what more do we need here? Like, what more do we need? If they need ongoing support, I give them ongoing support. You need a community, we've got a community, right? You want a spike file, we've got a spike file. In fact, we have in HIC Plus 2 big binders, 500-600 pages spike file. What more do you need? The things you can think of, the things you cannot think of, it's all covered. But sometimes that's the problem. Maybe she was doing a bit too much. Making it a little too easy. Your why. So, if before HIC you have some of these things that are going through your mind, I'm not so sure, right? I don't know how to write. Well, you don't need to learn how to write. You need to learn how to sell. You need to learn how to close. It's not about writing. It's about closing. I'm not a good writer. No one is born a good writer. Again, think about that picture. Toastmasters, does that look like a good writer to you? Does that look like that person's very proficient in English? I don't have a portfolio. Who fucking does in the beginning? Like, my English is not that good. Don't worry about it. My English is still not that good. I'm not creative. Good. Because copywriting, you'll see, I'll teach you in a few weeks, it is not a creative process. It's a mechanical process. Don't be creative when it comes to copy. This is not painting here. Take proven formulas, follow the proven formulas, and create something that sells. I don't know how to get started. I don't know how to get clients. I'm going to teach you how to get clients. I don't know what to charge. I'm going to teach you what to charge. I'm going to give you the pricing model. Or who would hire me anyway? Well, I don't know. The 50 fucking million agencies, one of those. Perhaps, maybe. Do you see it? Like, Sifu is exaggerating, but do you see how silly these thoughts are when I break it down? Like, you just like little thoughts, right? This is how silly it is. It's like, but yet, very normal thoughts to have before we start, right? Look at the same list. Look at your why. Imagine if your why right now, it's like 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever the number is. You gotta be honest, whatever the number, 10 is maximum. If you have 10 out of 10 in terms of why, if you truly is 10 out of 10 in terms of your why, would any of these things bother you? No. No. And this is because we have the lower self and the higher self. A lot of my closing students, you understand this concept. Lower self and higher self. A lot of these thoughts that you have, they're coming from your lower self. The ones that is been conditioned, habitually trained to keep you comfortable and safe. And this lower self, a lot of these beliefs, they came from, guess where? Where they came from? That's right, your parents, your teachers, your friends, the media. Write this down. You are not your thoughts. You are not your thoughts. All these thoughts that you have, I don't know how to write. I'm not a good writer. I'm not portfolio. My English is not that good. I'm not creative. Just because you have these thoughts in your mind and you thought this is you. You thought it sounds like you. They're not you. They're simply thoughts from your lower self. They're not you. They are not you. But it sounds like you. It's the voice in your head, so it must be you. No, it is not you. Because all these thoughts came from somewhere. Someone planted the thoughts in your head many, many years ago. And it's the same thought that you have. So you think in a certain way. You have a certain habit when you think. And when you do that, you think it's you. It's not you. It's like this. Think of it back then, back in the days, you have a CD player. How many know what a CD player is? Okay. Or Walkman. One of those discs. You've got a lower self CD here. You put in that CD player. What kind of message are you going to get if you play a lower self CD? Tell me. You're going to get lower self music. You're going to get lower self message, right? Then you think, oh, the CD player is lower self. That's what you're saying. You're saying, no, this is a lower self CD player. That's not lower self CD player. You put on a fucking lower self CD. So you think your thoughts are you. I'm saying the CD and you are the CD player. They're two completely different things. The difference is you didn't even know you have a CD in your mind for all these years. You've been playing this sucker for years, and you thought the CD is in the machine, like built in. What I've done right now, it's like press open, and I open it up, and I say, hey, mentee, there's a fucking CD. There's a CD in there? I've been playing this lower self bullshit for 20, 30, 40, 50 years of my life. I didn't know there's a CD in there. Yeah, I'm not just telling you there's a CD in there. I'm telling you, you can fucking change the CD. You change the CD by changing your words. Is this making sense? You cannot change your life without changing that CD. And think about most people. Do they even know? Now you know. But do you think your family and friends know that they've got a CD? Even though that CD doesn't work? No. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I got no CD. Oh, man, fuck. If you say you've got no CD, you've got a big fucking CD, dude. Because their awareness, their self-awareness is too low to recognize this programming being planted in their minds that's been playing for so many years. They don't know it. Here's what's the problem. When you play that CD long enough, you ready for this? when you play that CD long enough and you don't take it out, what feels like it's not a CD anymore, it feels like that's just the way that life is. That is just the way life is. Have you heard of that from your friends and family? That's just the way things are. That's just how it works. That's just how the system works. That's just how society works. Really? And yes, it is to them because they cannot tell the difference. So skill set without mindset results in upset. If you have tried many things and it didn't work, and you've tried different programs and try to get different things and skills and businesses, opportunities didn't work, I could tell you that because every single time you try to do it, you're trying to learn a new skill set, but you have not upgraded your mindset. And skill set without mindset results in upset. Write this down. Skill set without mindset results in upset. You get frustrated. Oh, how come it doesn't work? How's your mindset? How's the CD? And that CD is the lower self is a sneaky bastard. Like you're like, oh, I take it out. So see if I took it out. Well, it's like still playing. Oh, I thought I took it out. No, it's still fucking there, man. It's like Inception shit. It's still there. You got it? So to be successful long-term with yourself and others, to be able to write copy, right? You need to raise, right? And bring into alignment of these 3 levels. We're going deep. You don't mind if I go deep, right? Because it's just class 1. I know it's class 1. Probably I shouldn't go that deep in class 1. I could ease it in, but I think you can handle it. Can you handle it? Okay. If you feel overwhelmed, how many feel a little overwhelmed already? Like your mind, it's challenging some of your existing belief, the way you see things, the way you see life, how things work. Good. So if you're overwhelmed, what do? Give yourself a pat on the shoulder. You celebrate. It's awesome. So self-image, self-esteem, and self-confidence. Most people, they think self-image and self-esteem and self-confidence, they think they're the same thing. They're not the same thing. In fact, they're very different things. What we want to do as a high-income copywriter, we need to bring alignment in these 3 levels, these 3 kind of pillars. Self-image, I think. Self-esteem, I feel. And self-confidence, I act. And I'll explain all 3. From now on, you will have a clear understanding of these 3 and the difference between them and what you need to work on. You also know precisely why you tried certain things in the past and why it didn't work. And you also know why you tried certain things in the past and it did work. Knowing these 3 things, working, bring into alignment, that's the key. That's the key to a mindset. So when I say mindset, it's not just like a very fuzzy, vague concept. No. When I say mindset, I'm talking about these 3 things. You with me? I'm talking about these 3 things. When I say work on your mindset, I mean work on these 3 things. Bring into alignments. Number 1. So we talk about feeling good about yourself. It's vital, right? You want to feel good, and that's fine. I feel great. This is going to be a great day. Now, you see this on social media a lot. In fact, you see this on Instagram a lot. I'm sick and tired of seeing that shit. right? You see someone post something on Instagram, you see those motivational posts, and you see the people commenting, right? It sickens me. It really does. Oh man, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna be like that, and I'm gonna be like that in social media. I'm gonna be this, and I'm gonna start this fucking thing, right? 2-3 years later, you look at the same shit, they're doing the same shit. Like I see, oh yeah, Dan, you motivate me to grow my YouTube channel. I start my YouTube channel, right? 2 years later, fucking the YouTube channel still have 2 subscribers. They upload 5 videos. So all this like hype and motivation don't do shit. They don't do anything. But feels good. Feels good to talk about it. Feels good to talk. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. And when I log into Facebook, right? I only spend time with you, right? My students, right? That actually, besides the community, I actually spend very little time on social media. Just so you know. My team does all of that. I only like spend time with my students. That's it. I look at your comment. I don't look at the stuff from like public. It's a waste of my time. And you look at that. You look at the stuff, and it's like, damn. Like it's just. Can they do something? Can they actually do something instead of talking about it? It's unbelievable. So, what exactly is self-image? Write this down. You're writing this down? Pay attention. Put it yes if you're paying attention, just so I know. We're almost 3 hours in. I didn't know you're awake. All right. Okay, I'm awake. So what exactly is self-image? Self-image is the way that you think about yourself and your world. It's the way you think about yourself and your world. Your view about yourself and about how the world works. That's your self-image. The image of yourself. When you look in the mirror. And your self-image tells you that you are unworthy of belief, perhaps handed down to you by your parents. Pretty much that's always the case. And you've been programmed with thoughts of guilt regarding success, wealth, and joy in your life. Your self-image. Ladies, you know how we are sometimes so harsh on ourselves that you look in the mirror and we never feel that we are pretty enough? That, oh, maybe I could lose a few pounds here. Oh, yeah, my skin here, my face here, and this. Even though you are beautiful, you're perfectly fine. But it's expectation from the society, from other people, yourself, right? The self-image, like, right? Even your friends will tell you you're very attractive. Why are you so hard on yourself? No, I don't like this part of my body. I don't like this part of my face. I don't like my nose this way. I don't like my eyes this way. I don't like this way, right? That's the image. Even other people look at it. I think you're fine. I think you're great. You're beautiful. You're cute. No. That's your self-image of yourself. A guy, same thing, right? If you're, I don't have the 6-pack abs and, I feel like I'm not tall enough. I feel this and I feel that, right? Self-image. How we view ourselves. You notice also, have you ever met someone like, I'm going to take a dating example, right? It's like the guy's like not too tall, not too built, like kind of average, right? But then you see the girlfriend, the wife is like super, super attractive. But this guy, even though he doesn't look very attractive, but you can tell his self-image that he's a confident kind of guy, right? He doesn't feel like he's not good enough for her. Right? He has a different set. Although you might say, I don't think that guy's very attractive. But he thinks he's very attractive. Different self-image. Different self-image. So you got it. What self-image is. Do you have more clarity? You got it so far. You're with me, right? So far. Okay. So then what exactly is self-esteem? How is it different? Self-esteem is the reputation we have with ourselves and others. There's a difference. So self-image, now we're talking self-esteem. This is the reputation that we have mostly with ourselves, not others, mostly with ourselves. The reputation we have with ourselves. You got it? All right. Why almost everyone has low self-esteem? Take a guess. Put in the chat. Why do you think almost everyone out there, almost everyone has low self-esteem? Parents, yes. Past experience, yes. Education, yes. Media, yes. Low self-esteem. If you have a friend who promises you to help you with certain things, let's say she's going to come to your party. He's going to help you with moving a furniture, but he or she keeps breaking those promises. Would you still trust this person? Tell me. No. And if they keep breaking the promises again and again, maybe it's someone that you've known for a long time. Like maybe it's like a childhood friend you've known for many, many years. They keep saying that, yeah, I'm going to be there, man. I'm going to do that. And they just keep not showing up and not being there and not fulfilling, not keeping those promises. Would you even feel this friend gives a shit about you? Like if they keep breaking those promises, right? They say, oh yeah, I'm going to meet you at the movie theater. Fucking nope, don't show up. Do you think this person kind of even cares about you? No. So here's the question. It's going to hurt. How many times have you promised yourself you were going to save money, lose weight, clean out that junk drawer in your office, something you promised you're going to do? To the most important person in your life, yourself. And you broke those promises. So think about in your lifetime, how many times, how many thousands of promises that you made to yourself, and how many of those you broke? I'm talking simple shit. I'm going to get up 7 a.m. in the morning. Nah, you sleep in. 8:30. You just broke that promise to yourself. Man, I'm gonna go to the gym for an hour today. Yeah, I'm gonna go tomorrow, and then I don't feel like it. I'm not going. So what does that do? You're teaching yourself you don't have to take yourself seriously, because if it's a friend, just think about how you treat yourself. If someone treats you the same way, makes the same promises, breaks all those promises, do you think that person takes you seriously? And when you do that to yourself, you are training yourself, you're teaching yourself, you don't take yourself seriously. Unintentionally, you're teaching yourself that it's okay to let you down. And that's why you have low self-esteem. You've been letting yourself down your whole life. Again and again and again and again, too many broken promises. You don't even believe in you. You don't trust you. Then how can you have high self-esteem? How can you have a good reputation with yourself? That's a long list of broken promises. And you know what's very sad? Here's what's very sad. For some, you've actually kept more promises to others than to yourself. Isn't that sad? You don't want to let other people down, but it's okay to let yourself down. You say to your friend, yeah, I'm going to be there. You're there. You block all the time. Oh, I'm going to practice. You don't. I'm going to read that book, improve my knowledge. You don't. I'm going to meet my friend at my friend's house. You're there. Then what are you telling yourself? You're telling yourself you're not that important to you. And if you cannot even trust yourself, then who can you trust? Then why do we have low self-esteem? You wonder why you can't get yourself to follow through, to push through, to get stuff done. How's the reputation with yourself? It's like you don't even believe in you. Like, oh, man, you said you're going to do that many times. You never do. For 30 years, for 40 years. How's your track record? I know it hurts, and my intention is not to hurt you. I want to help you. I want to liberate you. I want you to understand this. And it's not your fault because no one taught you. Again, no one hold you accountable. It's okay. You've been okay living the okay life of, yeah, it's okay. You break some promises. It's okay. It's normal. Yeah, you make some promises to yourself, but it's no big deal. You don't follow through. No, I'm telling you, it's a big fucking deal. Because whenever you want to do something new, take a new initiative, all this shit comes back to you. This emotional baggage. How could you get anything done if you have low self-esteem? How could you learn anything if you have low self-esteem? You can't. But you can do anything and learn anything if you have high self-esteem. So start with the little things. I'm not asking you to change overnight. And I'm not saying 100% every promise I make to myself, I keep. No, not at all. But wouldn't it be nice if you actually keep a majority of them? No one could do 100%. But if, let's say, I want to go to the gym. Right? I want to go to the gym, 5 times a week. Well, how about at least you hit 3 times versus none? Like it's some commitments, right? It's better than none. So how can we start shifting this? Start with something small. Start with something small. I want you to kind of play a different CD. So maybe the commitment is as little as, let's say, how many of you want to get up early in the morning, right? You say, I'm going to get up way early. I'm going to join a 5 a.m. club, a 6 a.m. club, but usually get up at 8:30. I'm just hypothetically, right? Well, instead of getting at 6 a.m., how about just try, usually it's 8:30, how about just 8:15? Can you do 8:15? It's at 5 a.m. How about just 8:15? Just a little bit, right? Just tiny little bit. And then once you get used to it, okay, let's do maybe 8 o'clock, right? Just small, right? Instead of, I'm going to go to the gym and all this. How about one push-up? Just one. How many can handle one push-up? Just one. Not 3-hour workout. No, one push-up. I promise I'm going to do one push-up a day. Fucking I did it. Okay, great. Once you get used to it, it's like, this is too easy. Okay, then do 2. That's how you build your self-esteem. When you try to think of something that's way too far away, it hurts your self-esteem. It doesn't build your self-esteem. Only when you have very strong self-esteem, write this down, When you have very strong self-esteem, you've been conditioning it, then you can think bigger. That's why this is probably one thing I disagree with my mentor, Big Dan. He's thinking about, well, set goals you cannot accomplish. You want to think big. It works for him. It works for people with already high self-esteem. It doesn't work for people with low self-esteem. And a majority of people have low self-esteem, unfortunately. So start with something small. That's why I tell my students, aim to make that 10K a month as a copywriter, but celebrate like crazy, just making your first gig, your first $10, your $20. I don't give a shit how little it is. That is micro success. Do something small. Get that first gig, get that little small writing project, $50. Good. Do it. Because next one you can do 100. Right? Build from there versus, well, I can see another boom from another brother, sister. That's another $2,000, another $3,000. Well, when the fuck am I gonna get there, man? I don't know, man. I feel like I'm making progress. Don't compare. Don't compete with anybody else but yourself. Focus on inches, inch by inch. That's okay. Let them make that 5K first. That's okay. It doesn't take away from you. I'm gonna make my $5. That's my thing. I'm going to make my first $5. Then I'm going to make my $10. I'm going to make my $20. I'm going to make $50. I'll get there. Self-esteem. Everybody starts different lesson. See, his first fucking gig is free. And then I made a few $100. I was out of my mind. I was so happy when I first got paid. I'm like, holy shit, can't believe people pay me for this. I cannot believe when I first got paid. Right? Like people would pay me to write some words. What the hell is wrong with this? Can't the guy just write himself? Right? He can knock that out in 10 minutes. Why is he paying me? I don't get it. Right? And I don't want to get it. Just take the money. You should just take the money. Don't need to try to get it. Don't try to analyze it. No, just take the money. Right? Small success leads to bigger success. Say it with me. Small success leads to bigger success. Because you need to build that little self-esteem, right? Little something. Little something. Oh, okay. I remember the first time I market online. Yeah, my first few $100. I'm like, oh my goodness, right? It's crazy. And now look at how much revenue we're generated on the internet. Started off with the first few bucks, first few dollars. That was it. But what if I thought, oh, that's too little. That's beneath me. That's not what I wanted. Do you think with that attitude I would have had generated that kind of revenue today on the internet? No. No different than my first few YouTube video, right? Only a few views or no views. Oh man, it sucks. Oh my God, no one watches my content. No one likes my content. Oh my God, I should give up, right? No, just, okay, kept at it. And before you know it now, look at where we are today. Started with one subscriber. That's it. Like, do you see how it takes the pressure of comparing and, oh, I'm not this and I'm not ready? No. You are good enough and you deserve this. You hear me? You are good enough and you deserve this. What is self-confidence? Self-confidence is how we feel. It's a feeling, how we feel about our ability to perform certain tasks, certain functions. So as a copywriter, if we are very confident, let's say we're very confident writing emails, great. That means like I have the abilities. I know what it takes to write a good email. So how confident are you in your ability? How confident you are in your skill? How confident you are in your habits? So we have self-image, self-esteem, and self-confidence. Now think of those three. Now before, how many of you before Sifu explains this, you thought it's the same thing? You thought all three kind of the same thing. Now do you see the distinctions now? Through my explanation. Do you see by understanding the meaning, the deeper meaning behind it, you get more clarity. And with clarity comes power, the power to choose, to work on it, to narrow it down. Now he's going to be, this is probably the mind-blowing moment, but maybe you've already had some mind-blowing. How many had some mind-blowing moments already tonight? Okay, this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one. Okay, probably 3 mind-blowing moments I'm giving you right now. Okay, you ready? Actually, take a deep breath. Let it out. Okay. One more time. Take a deep breath. Let it out. Okay. We need to bring alignments into all 3. Yes? All 3. If they're out of alignments, here's what happens. If you have only self-confidence, but you lack self-esteem and self-image, you will self-sabotage. I'll say that one more time. If you have self-confidence, meaning you know your skill sets, you believe, you know your capabilities, but you lack self-esteem, meaning you don't have a good reputation with yourself, and you lack the self-image, you will self-sabotage. Meaning you will unintentionally fuck things up for yourself. I'll give you an example. Let's say you are learning, let's say you are learning how, you want to start an e-commerce business, okay? You want to sell on Amazon. And you took some courses, and you're learning the mechanics of how Amazon works, how to get a product listed, and all these things. Okay, you even got a product, right? You found a good product you wanted to sell. So you have the self-confidence in your abilities and your skill sets. You know how to do it. You know how to upload all those things. And you try it. And you made a sale, you made 2 sales, and then it kind of like just dies. It doesn't grow. Why? If you lack the self-esteem, meaning you don't actually believe this shit would work. You have the skill sets, but your self-esteem is too low. You've tried too many things in the past, and it didn't work. And if you have the self-image of your existing self, meaning maybe you're a teacher, maybe you are a student, maybe an engineer, maybe you own a retail business, you're a restaurant owner, you'll have the self-image of that profession, and you have not changed your self-image to an Amazon business e-com owner, you will self-sabotage because it's in conflict with how you see yourself. So the thing won't work because that's not how you see yourself. You don't see yourself as the Amazon e-commerce owner. You see yourself as a student, as a teacher, as an engineer, as a doctor, whatever it is that you are doing currently. So what do? What you're doing it in conflict with self-image, your self-image always wins because you never outperform your self-image. So guess what? You will fuck it up, self-sabotage, and boom, go back to doing exactly what you're doing. Nothing changes. And that shit didn't work. and you try the next thing. Oh, now I'm going to be, I'm going to do stock investing, whatever. Do you see yourself as a professional stock investor? Oh, I learned all the techniques and chart and read, the graph and projection and predictions. And I'm using the software. Do you see yourself as a stock investor? Well, I am a teacher. I'm a doctor. I'm whatever it is, doing some stock investing and some trading. You will fail. Do you think Warren Buffett thinks himself as, well, I'm kind of dabbling in the stock market, trying it out a little bit? How do you think Warren Buffett sees himself? Other than the greatest investors of all time. How do you think Michael Jordan sees himself? If you ever watched Netflix, if there's one thing you could watch, The Last Dance, it's a documentary, beautiful. Probably one of the greatest sports documentaries I've seen. He saw himself as the greatest of all time way before he was Michael Jordan. He sees himself as the greatest. Even when he was just playing in the beginning. He wasn't Michael Jordan in the beginning. I relate to that so much when I watched that documentary. So it's self-sabotage. So how many times you self-sabotage? Do you see why you've tried different things and none of them worked? Or they don't work to the degree that you wanted to? It's like an elastic band. You pull, boom, it snaps back to right in the original position. Because that's how you see yourself. And guess what you have to do? If you want to learn copywriting, guess what's the first thing you have to do? Not learning how to write fucking bullet and headline and offer. What's the first thing you got to do? What's the first shift you have to make? You have to see yourself as a copywriter. You have to see yourself as a high-income copywriter first before you would do what a high-income copywriter does. So then you can get the result, the lifestyle of a high-income copywriter. Be, do, have. Not new. And I don't mean saying, oh, I'm a high-income copywriter. No. You look in the mirror. Do you see it? When you introduce yourself, that's a very, very quick subconscious reply. Well, what do you do? I'm the... If it's anything but I'm a copywriter, like it needs to be no thoughts, because that's when that's who you are, not trying to pretend that's who you are. So that's the first one. There are two more. It's just, first of all, is this helpful? How many of you can see this has been what's holding you back your whole life? And now you know. Now you're getting it. And you really think you come in here, you think I'm just going to teach you copywriting. You think I'm going to teach you how to write some body copies, write some guarantee, huh? I take pride in that. My students, they stay with me. I don't think because I just teach them high income skills. I hope, at least that's how I see it. They stay with me because I help them become a better version of themselves. However, whatever goals that they have. Not just making more money. Making money is easy. It's like the easiest thing. You offer value, you sell it, in exchange, you get some money. Like it's really not complicated. Right? But I'd like to just share some of these thoughts with you. That has nothing to do with copywriting, but maybe it has everything to do with copywriting. What do you think? If you have self-esteem, but you lack self-confidence and self-image, you would self-promote. I'll say that one more time to let that sink in. If you have self-esteem, meaning that you have a good reputation with yourself, you get shit done, but you don't have the confidence in your ability, and you don't have that true self-image of seeing yourself, you become an attention whore. It's a strong word. And you see this even in our community. I see it. Meaning, the ones making videos. And I'm not saying don't make videos. Go make videos. I'm talking, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just pointing out the behavior. Like, I'm not saying those students are bad, okay? I want to be very clear. I'm just sharing the behavior with you. They make videos. You see the videos, and I won't say name. It's very, very much, you should do this, and you got to do this, and this isn't this, and this isn't this. The lecturing. They talk about this. They talk about a lot of stuff. But not booms. Anything but booms. Anything but results. Because they don't have the self-image of the high-income copywriter. They don't have the confidence in their own skills and make it happen. They only have self-esteem. They feel good about themselves. So they need that dopamine kick, right? Endorphin. They need that validation. Because it's easier to get that from the group and just post something cool, smart, motivational, than actually going out there and make shit happen. So I'm not saying don't post. I'm saying the behavior, and I see it. So they feel good. Nothing to back up. No results to back them up. The ones who don't say too much, sometimes you notice this too. Don't say too much, and boom, suddenly you see holy shit, 5K, 7K. Like, you see these numbers. You haven't heard from them in 2 months, and boom, suddenly, like, what the fuck? Because they're fucking working and busy and working on their skills and just getting shit done. They're not being attention whore. I have a few students, unfortunately, no longer with me. I see it. I see it actually at the event. When Steve does an event, they would rather get attention than produce results. They would rather get the admiration from the brothers and sisters than results. Because I know how much sales they've closed. So they're popular. People like them, but not the ones that get the most results. It feels like they are, like, oh, they're talking a big game, but I mean, like, how many deals have you done? How many gigs have you done? I won't name. I'll give you perfect. Can I give you an example? I won't name. I'll give you one example. Okay, because it's useful as a lesson. So if there's one student of mine, right, who was, because in high ticket closing, we do an event, right, a big event called Closes in Black. Students flying from all over the world, they come in for this event. So this one student, very well known in the circle, no longer with me, very well known. Lots of people, rally up the people, all that, right? And he said, and he wanted, because we have an award, we had a 6-figure closer award, 7-figure closer award, right? He submitted for the six-figure closer award. And everybody thought, oh man, for sure, so-and-so, you will be on stage. Everybody thinks like the big brother is to be on stage, right? And then my team was like, okay, great. 6-figure closer award, Show us, because every single person who submit, you got to show us a proof. Where's the proof? And he sends a proof. Those deals is deals that he could have closed, but he didn't close. He lied. And he said, well, I said, my team was like, we can't give you the award. Oh, but I'm this and I'm that. I mean, I'll look like a fool if I don't get on stage. But you didn't meet the criteria. We can't put you on stage. Oh, but then everybody expects me to be on stage. Yeah, but you didn't do it, man. In fact, again, that's why I don't want to name. He was struggling so much, he couldn't even afford the tickets to go to the event. It was such a last minute thing. He's finally able to get the tickets. It's like, what, $100, whatever it was. And he's this big time closer, like such this and that. I'm like, you don't have $100 to your bank account. Like, as a Sifu, I feel sad because he would have done better if he didn't focus so much on self-promotion and just fucking close. And he's got the potential. He's got the heart. But he didn't have the self-confidence. He didn't have the self-image. Does that make sense? Okay. And it happens. And it happens to the best of the students. And I know it's not him, his lower self, and I know his background, I know his upbringing, and I know why he does what he does. It's very sad. When I see students like that, I feel very sad. I still feel sad when I talk about it. You can hear from my voice. Because I was like, why? Why can't you just do it the right way? Why can't you just get good and just focus on this? What's important? Like you totally have, like, earn the admiration, earn the respect. You don't need to fake it and pretend it and all this stuff, right? That's what happens. Does this make sense? Then we have one more. If you have the self-image, but you lack self-esteem and self-confidence, you self-dilute. You become delusional. If you have the self-image, but you lack self-esteem and you lack self-confidence, you become delusional. And this is, again, it's a harsh word. Meaning this. You see yourself, and I know this is hitting hard. I can feel, even from Discord, your energy. I can feel it. Like, I almost feel like I can reach out and touch you. You have the self-image of a high-income copywriter. You're reading the creed. You believe. You see yourself, I'm a high-income copywriter. But you lack self-esteem. You lack self-confidence. Then you become delusional. Yes, you're doing the affirmation. Yes, you're doing the creed. But where are the gigs? And you keep telling yourself, I'm a high-income copywriter, but your skills is not there yet. And your self-esteem is so low, you don't follow through, you procrastinate too much. You don't take enough actions. So self-image, lacking the other two. Question. Stephen, what about having two of the three, but only missing one, like self-confidence? There you go. I tell you that right here. You got it. So when I say working on your mindset, I'm talking about elevating all three. So one is not out of balance. Think about it. You have the self-image. I'm a copywriter. You're wearing a t-shirt. But you still don't have the confidence or skill set yet. Doing that creed 10 times a day doesn't help. And I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying it doesn't help. It only helps if you work on all three. You're working on your self-image. So you see yourself, I'm a high-income copywriter. You are not breaking promises. You're following through with all the promises you make to yourself. So you don't procrastinate. You follow through. You get shit done. You have a strong why. And at the same time, you're working on your skill sets. You're practicing. You're writing every damn day. Working on all three. Do you see how working on all three, that's how you get to the goal that you want? Not one or the other. And you're constantly working on all three. Not always a balance. No, sometimes you work on your self-image a little bit more. I think in the beginning, if you're just joining us, right? Work on self-image more. You got to make that identity shift first, right? See yourself as a high-income copywriter. Okay, I see myself. Okay, bam. You work on self-esteem. Little success leads to bigger success. You work on your self-confidence, right? Practicing your skill sets. And when you get to a certain level, example, you graduate. Now you've got a few gigs. You made a few grand. Okay, good. Now, guess what? Go back, work on a self-image of a higher level, of a more sophisticated, a more skillful self-image of a copywriter. So you charge more money, right? So now, okay, because right now you see yourself as someone who's like doing this part-time. No, you need to change the mindset to I'm a full-time copywriter. Alter the self-image. Then go back, work on the self-esteem. You follow through, training, right? Boom, work on your skills. Do you see how this works? Is this profound? So when I say the mindset, what does that mean? You work on these three things. You work on these three things. So notice how, and if this, and I'm talking to you, I know this, if this is first class, sometimes I just feel like, sometimes I talk to my students like you've been with me for a long time. So I don't talk to you like, oh, you're brand new, like you're new to this. I just talk to you like you've been with me for a long time. It's just the way I am, right? I don't talk to you like a stranger. Although this is the first time, like we are just getting to know each other. But I just talk like you've been with me for a long time. So for those with me, that your creed, think about this now. You get your HIC creed. What does that help you? Which area that helps you to strengthen? Tell me, which one? Self-image, you're good. Tonight I'm going to give you an assignment. Let's say I want you to work on writing an affirmation to yourself. You're going to see the assignment, right? Writing affirmation. So you're working on the affirmation to yourself. Which one you're working on? Which three? Self-esteem. Self-esteem. Now, what if I'm asking you to write certain headlines, to read a certain books, or hand copy certain sales letters? Which one you're working on? Your self-confidence, you got it. See how Sifu designed a program to work on all three? All the time. All the time. So it's not just, oh, no, we work on all three at the same time. All three at the same time. Oh, Matthew is asking, Sifu, why is affirmation self-esteem? Because the affirmation is not shifting the identity of who you are. The affirmation is building your reputation with yourself that every day I am going to do it, right? I'm going to follow through, right? I am committed, right? It's a commitment you say to kind of declare to the universe. That's what affirmation is, and to yourself. That's why it builds self-esteem. It's not just the creed, on the other hand, it is totally self-image. And you'll see the way I teach you how to do affirmations in just a little bit. You'll see that. And then any technical skills to work on. How to put together an offer. Self-confidence. How to do research. How to identify the target market. Self-confidence. Work on all three. And now you know, think about this, kind of think about if you were to kind of give a number, and this is helpful for yourself. If you were to write down on your notepad, Your self-image, self-esteem, self-confidence, kind of give yourself 0 to 10, right? 0 is no good, 10 is perfect. Out of these three, what score would you give yourself? And that gives you ideas of what you need to work on, right? If your self-image is, it's like 9, good. Oh, but skill is only 2. Then you know what you need to work on, right? Or your self-esteem, it's like, oh, it's like 3. Oh, I need to work on that, right? Then you know. Doesn't this tell you exactly what's been holding you back? You kind of know, right? Now you know. And you have to be very honest, though. You have to be, you cannot be, see, I think I'm a 7, but deep down you feel like it's actually a 4. This is, you don't tell this to anybody, just keep it to yourself, right? It's like, no, it's like 3 and 4. 3 and 4. And your results will always level to the degree of your growth in these 3 areas. So if you hit a plateau, doesn't matter you're getting started. If you hit a plateau, look at these 3, what you need to work on. What you need to work on. And then hit a plateau again. Ooh, I think hit a plateau. I see myself as being that. Example, I see myself, I had the self-image, right? I had the self-esteem, but the confidence of certain skill sets I need to get to the next level, that's lacking. So what do? I go back to learning mode. I'm going through books. I'm hiring a coach me on certain things to help me with that. So I have the self-esteem. I know I can do it, right? The reputation. I see myself already doing it in my mind because I'm just over the years, I've trained my brain. I could do that. But my skills, there's a skill gap. If there's a skill gap, here's what you don't want to do. If there's a skill gap, treat it as a skill gap issue. Don't take it on as a personal issue. You got that? It's don't take on it. Oh, there's something wrong with me, man. I'm not good enough, right? I don't deserve this. No, if a skills gap issue is a skill gap issue, don't look at it as a self-image issue or self-esteem issue. So you got to have clarity on that. So I'm clear. Example, right? If I'm doing acquisitions in software, I don't know enough about software, right? I'm learning. I see myself running a group of companies in software. I see that, right? I had a self-esteem, no problem. But I have a skill gap, right? I haven't studied enough, but now I'm learning the lingo, right, of software. So I need to improve my skill set so I can have the CEO of a software empire. So guess what? So Seafood develops instant scripts, my software product. And I'm improving it. And hire a new UX. Now, so for those who are not in software, you don't know, it's user interface, right? To optimize the whole software. What you see today, instant scripts, in about a month or so, it will look something very different, right? We're improving it. I brought in someone who worked on user interface, used to work for Facebook, to work on this, right? I hired that person. So like I'm improving it. I can write the copy for the product, and you've seen it for instant scripts, right? We can write a copy for it. That part I could do it. But the software side, I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with it. I think it could be so much better. So much better. So I said, I'm going to make it better. Well, okay, I'm going to bring an expert. I'm going to learn from it. I'm going to do this. So you see, but I don't doubt myself. Oh man, I don't know. I can do this. It's like complicated. I've never had a programming background. I don't understand code. I don't understand this language. It's very confusing. I don't have time. I don't say that shit. Right? I don't say that shit. I just learn it. It's okay. This is what it is. I'm changing my words first. I'm learning the words of a software entrepreneur first. I'm listening to software podcasts first. Do you understand? I'm doing exactly what I'm teaching you. It's exactly the same. We're not walking, we're not that much different of a path, really. Yeah. Is it sinking in? And you will see, I just keep growing it. And I lost a lot of money. So I probably lost probably 700, 750, 800K in software. Failure, right? That's my school of hard knocks. Yeah, probably 800, maybe even close to a million, but let's say 800K. I don't want to think about million. It hurts too much. But I don't say, oh man, I can't do this. I suck. No, like, okay, I learned from it, man. Learn from it. High income cooperating secret number 6. We have 2 more secrets to go. How are you doing, by the way? How are you doing so far? How's first class? And to my graduates, how's 2.0? Are we laying a strong foundation here so that we could go faster, class 2 and 3, and like we can just blast that through, right? A lot of skills, a lot of knowledge, but I need to lay the strong foundation first. So then when you're questioning like your own ability, self-esteem, you know, oh, you catch yourself, oh, this is not me. I'm not my thoughts. This is my lower self. That's it. Right? Sneak up on you. Like, nope, this is just my lower self. I don't know how to lower self. That's it. Be able to distinguish the two. And do I need to work on my self-image? Do I need to work on my self-esteem? Do I need to work on just self-confidence? So what you need to be a high-income copywriter? What do you actually need? What's kind of the formula here? Would it be helpful if you know the formula? What does it take? Versus, again, just a concept, oh, I want to be a high-income copywriter. No, what are some of the key skill sets, the key areas I need to understand, I need to learn in order to do this, right? So here's the formula. A psychologist, a strategist, researcher, wordsmith equals high-income copywriter. This is our formula. This is the core, right? The fundamental of HIC. Psychologist meaning you have to understand what makes human beings tick, the understanding of human psychology, those emotional hot buttons. We need to know what motivates people. I'm going to teach you that. Second, you have to understand strategy, because words are great, but without strategy, words are not so good. Words are not so good. And I'll give you an example in just a minute. Okay, so you have to understand not just the copy, but how are we going to use the copy, in other words, right? If we write an email, are we going to write an email differently if we are writing chatbot, if we're writing landing page, right? There are different styles of copywriting. How we are going to use, in other words, this is what it is. This is my weapon, right? This is the copy that I wrote. Where are we using it? How we're distributing it? Who is going to see it? That's strategy. What kind of funnel, right? Researcher. A big part of being a good copywriter is doing research. In fact, the more research you do, the easier it is for you to write. I'm very big on research. And the beautiful thing about what we do now with social media, there's so much stuff you could find. Back then, I remember when Alan taught me the research that we do, we have to actually contact what we call a list broker. Okay, a list broker, write this down, in order to choose different types of direct mail list. And we have to study those lists and then to be able to send a mail piece. But now everything is click, boom. You can see this. You can see this website. You can see Google Analytics. You can go to forum. You can go to Facebook. You can go so many places to get information about your target market. It's beautiful. Makes your job so much easier, right? Fourth, wordsmith. This is the writing aspect. This is what words do we use, right? What opening paragraph do we use? What transition copy connectors do we use? What bullets do we use? That's the wordsmith. So think about this formula here. 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. Do you see writing? It's only 25% of the equation. It's only 20. So most people, however, most writers, they spend 100% of their time thinking about just the wordsmith component. This is why they never become high-income copywriter. They never become good. Because if they haven't done the research, if they don't understand what makes human being tick, if they don't understand strategy, then how can they create effective copy? They're just guessing. You see how this works? Do you see why I said being a high-income copywriter is not about writing? We write, but it's not about writing. It's a piece of it, and it's a piece with software. It's already helping you tremendously. That's why I created, because I know, oh my goodness, that would save so much time. It'll save so much time. How many of you are already you're playing around with instant scripts? Put in the chat. Yeah. How much time that saves you? Not having to go through copy, like how much, like before, Adam, 80%, I see that, massive. Give me a percentage. How much time that cuts, that saves you? Give me a percentage. 90%, 80%, 70%, 80%. So before it would take you 10 hours, now it's taking you 2 hours. Right? Before it takes you, 2 hours, now it's like minutes. And how that affects your income. That's why I'm so excited. Because I know now you can get copy out faster. You can take on more clients, you can take on more gigs. That means more income, right? More money in your pocket. That is a good thing. Because time is very valuable to a copywriter. And wait till you see some of the improvements. It's going to be cool. It's going to be pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. And we have now, as we are doing this class, 7,000 somewhat scripts, we are adding about probably, like I said, about 1,000 scripts a month. So by the time, in a few months, we have 10,000 scripts. And we keep adding it. Like, it's not like we stop. We keep adding it. And then, okay. No, okay, I'll share. Should I share? Okay, I'll share. Do you want to know? Like a little sneak peek? We are also going to be adding different industries. So you see the third update where you would have industry. So we break it down into probably 20 categories, I think, what we've built. So you would go there, you see, okay, here's for fitness, here's for self-help, here's for B2B, here's for, like, you would see different industries break down. So you go in there, you find the templates in different industry, and boom, and then we just keep adding to that. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I love that feature. So we're just working on that. So that's right now it's 1.0, that's 2.0. The industry probably comes 3.0, I would say. Yeah. And then we still have like many, like we're going to keep improving it. Anyway, so anyway, doesn't matter instant scripts or not. It's just knowing that you want to use proven templates, proven examples. And I'm going to give you a lot of those checklists and templates you'll see in the upcoming classes. A lot of bonuses I'm giving you, you'll see, that would help you to do the writing part easier, right? To save time. So understand that why people do what they do. Why people do what they do. So taking the formula, right? You have psychologist, human psychology, strategist, researcher, wordsmith, right? This is the golden triangle of marketing success. It's called message, market, media. Or sometimes I like to call that the message, market, match. Meaning you have your message, you send it to the right people in the right way. In the right way. Okay? Give you an example. It's a fun example. Let's say I have a message, right? Let's go back to the formula. I have a message, right? The message is the chicken is delicious. It's like, ooh, do this with me. Ooh, right? It's like delicious. That's the message. Fried chicken, big pound of them, right? And the media is, it's on a fucking plate, hot, delicious, right there. You can smell, that's the media right there. Imagine that's the sales letter. Message, fried chicken, on a plate in front of you, that's the media on the table. But actually, I'm selling to the guy right next to him, to him, right? The guy on the right, he's a vegetarian. He's a vegetarian. Now, do we have a good message? Yes or no? Right? Do we have the right media? Yes or no? Yeah. But we're selling to the wrong market. Doesn't matter how good the chicken is, and ooh, no, it doesn't matter. The guy's like, nah, I'm a vegetarian. This is disgusting. Look at the fat. Look at, oh, blah. It's so disgusting, right? What do you mean? It's good chicken, man. Right? Message, wrong market match. So do you see you could have the greatest copy in the world, but you send it to the wrong market? Is that going to convert? Is that going to close anything? So do you see why choosing the right market is so critical? And how do we choose the right market? Through the research that we do and come up with the right offer, right? And using those psychology to make that offer, inject those emotions, and then present to the right audience, and then they buy. But if you spend all your time thinking about the chicken, which is your words, and you don't think about who the hell you're selling to, you're not going to sell shit. You understand? No one's going to buy your stuff. Isn't it wiser to say, hey, now, let's take a totally different scenario. The message is, it's a beautiful salad bowl, right? Beautiful salad, very healthy, with some fruit, right? It's fresh, organic ingredient. And the media, it's exactly like a table again. And you know you're selling to the guy on the right. And he doesn't have that plate of salad, right? Right market, right message, right media. Hey, this is $5. Okay, boom, done. Right? It's $10. Oh, sure, boom, no problem. Right? A big lesson that I've learned years ago, Alan taught me. He asked me the question that, Dan, hey, if I could give you one advantage, let's say you open up a restaurant, right? If I could give you one advantage, any advantage that you could have in terms of opening a restaurant, what do you think was the biggest advantage? Now, if you know the answer, don't say the word. Okay, don't ruin this. If you know the answer, don't say anything. Shh. Okay. And I said, well, I would want a good recipe. So okay, all right, okay. What else? Well, a good location. I want to have like a lot of good locations so people you can easily access my restaurant. Okay. Oh no, actually, I want good service. I think good service. People nowadays want good service. Okay, and I'll go on and I gave him different examples. And finally, he said, you know what? I could give you all those advantages, but if you give me one thing, I will still kick your ass. I said, what is that? Not location, A good team, good waiter, good recipe, good wine, like nice environment, good decor. What is it? He said, a hungry crowd. A hungry crowd. A hungry market trumps all these things. A hungry crowd. I'll share a quick story with you. It was, I think, the first time I went to Disney. Now, have you ever been to Disney? It's a lot of people, right? And Disney is not the most it's not most convenient place to get food because they have restaurants and stuff, but it's very limited what you can buy, and is what it is, right? And I remember I was lining up for I was just like walking all day, like, oh my god, the heat. And I'm like, oh man, I need something to eat. I need something to eat, man. I need something to eat. I'm so hungry, so hungry. So it's a long lineup. And there was a hot dog stand, right? And it's lining up. It was like probably 15, 20 minutes under the heat. But I needed something to eat. So finally it's under my turn. And I said, oh, can I get a hot dog? Now, at the time, I'm just trying to remember. It's like $3 and $4, something like that. Like, $5, something like that. I'm like, $5 for a hot dog? Are you insane? Right? Like some crazy numbers like that's in US dollars. I'm from Canada. This is ridiculous. Back then, where I'm from, that's like $1.50. This is bullshit. It's ripoff, right? And then it's like, oh, do you want like some drinks with that? And then I want to get a bottle of water. Just fucking the whole thing is like $10, $12 or some shit, right? And I look at that hot dog, by the way, because there's so many people. Okay, you ever seen a hot dog that the sausage is all like dried up, like it's been there for a while, right? Yeah, shrivel up. Yes, that's my hot dog. So I see the hot dog. I looked at this and I take a bite. And I'm like, this is the most disgusting, salty thing I've ever eaten. Like this is gross. Okay. And I shoved the whole thing down my throat. I ate the whole fucking thing. I put some ketchup. It's like, fuck it, I'm going to eat it. I was bitching the whole way, right? Just the whole trip. I'm like, what? This is fucking ripoff. This is gross. But I bought it. Why? Tell me, please, tell Sifu, why did I do that? Because I was hungry. I had no alternative. I'm not going to go out to the park and eat and come back. Is this or something else? I just had to eat something. And that's the power of a hungry market. So as a copywriter, don't get too confident in terms of, oh yeah, my copy, it could overcome everything, that I can make anything sell. No. What you want is you want to find a hungry market, write copy, and put your offer in front of those people, which will go into market selection and what you want to sell and the offer, all that later in the weeks. But that's the name of the game. Picking the right market, it's a big part of the equation. Your copy, doesn't matter how good you are, could only do so much. Just like this, doesn't matter how good a chicken is when you're selling to vegetarian. Right? So I'm going to teach you how to find a hungry market, how you identify. I'm going to give you very detailed steps on how to do research, websites, resources, like all the tools that you need. You get all of that. Just trust the process. Trust the process. What you can think of, what you cannot think of, see if it's got you covered. Just trust the process. So copy, market, psychology. You got it? Okay. Last secret. Well, almost 4 hours. It's a 4-hour class. I told you. Our class is not short. It's how we do it. Secret number 7. Copywriting is not about writing. It's not about writing. You cannot be successful in business long-term unless you learn how to close. The number one skill that you need to make a business successful is the ability to close. And don't worry, you will have, I can see you would get the recording of this so you can watch it. And how many think it's a good idea to revisit, to rewatch the entire class? Do you think there's some things you missed? Do you think you learn more the second time? Yeah, you need to watch this a few times for this to sink in, because it is a lot. It's like you're overwhelmed, you're excited, you could be late at night, you are not absorbing 100%, right? You're good if you even absorb probably 20, 30%. So make sure that you go back a few times. You always learn more. You will have access to this, forever, so don't worry about it, right? So business owner, when I hear a business owner say, oh, I'm not generating enough sales, that's not the problem. That's a symptom. You with me? It's a symptom. That's just an outcome that they're not happy with. I'm not generating enough sales. What the root of the problem is, I can't close worth a shit. That's the issue. No sales equals no closing, because they can't close. So they generate no revenue. It's that simple. Sivu could close. That's why I could always generate revenue. I can make it ring. And whoever makes it ring controls the game. Because no business goes out of business because too much revenue. Unless they manage their cash flow just so horribly. But revenue, top line. So copywriting is closing in print. Write this down. It's closing in print. It is not about writing. It is about closing. So you are a copywriter, but you're actually a closer. Just understand this. You are closer. You're a closer in print. You are not closing necessarily with your words, your verbal, spoken words, right? You're getting people to say yes with your written words. Think of it almost, yes, Rebecca, think of it as a closing for introvert. That's what it is. You're afraid to talk to people? Use your keyboard. Use your pen. So always keep that in mind, that you're not writing to impress, you're writing to close. You're using your words to get a sale, to get an action, to get them to click, to get them to browse this, to get them to opt in. There's always some kind of call to action. It's not about writing. Because think about it. If it is about writing, wouldn't all the journalists, all the PhD of writing in English, literatures, wouldn't they all be high-income copywriters? Right? But they're not. So it's not about it. Wouldn't all the poets, wouldn't all they be high-income copywriters? No. And yes, most of them are broke. Because they think it's about writing. Because you see, when you're writing, it's very often a very selfish, self-centered thing. I write what I want to write. I write my story. I write this and that, right? When closing is all about the prospect. Right there, when your internal focus, when you're writing, they've got it wrong. They're using fancy words. They're using words that only they understand. They think, oh, so beautiful. There's words and wordsmith and all so. They don't understand what the fuck you're saying. They don't understand the offer. They're confused. So they make it about them. They can't close. Make it about the prospect. Now you close. It has to be client-centric. That's why don't use complicated words, because most people's reading capability is not that high. In fact, my recommendation is always imagine you're writing to a 10, 12-year-old, right? Imagine writing to Homer Simpson. Don't imagine you're writing to a doctor. Oh, I want to sound sophisticated. No, even doctor doesn't want to read stuff that's complicated. You got to make it simple. Use simple words. How many of you could write the way you talk? Just like this. And do you think just because I'm teaching, I'm not writing copy with my spoken words? If you actually listened to the way that he would teach, why I could, it's not easy to make sure that you are engaged in 4 or 5 hours. Most people cannot sit through a movie for an hour and a half. And this is just words, me and you are just having a conversation. So you are absolutely right. When I'm teaching, I am using copy. I'm using copy in transition. I'm using copy to build up a lesson so that you're looking forward to the next slide to keep you engaged, keep you captivated. Otherwise, if you're bored, you don't learn anything. Because I know when I was in school, remember when you were in school, the professor's talking about stuff, you're like, oh man, it's so boring. I mean, I fall asleep. You don't want to learn anything. I know to be effective as a teacher, I need to make sure that the way I teach is entertaining. So you engage. So when you're not bored, you're learning, right? I want to be a hip, cool teacher. I don't want to be a boring, old fart professor, right? So I would joke, I would say things, I would shock you. I would like, yes, I need the attention. Because in order to give you the transformation, I need attention from you. Very key. Very key. So to become a high-income copywriter, successful closing skills are needed to incorporate it into copywriting, right? So my students who are in both, right? You are in high-income copywriting or you're in high-ticket closing, you will see there are parallel. Some lessons apply, but they're two different skill sets. They're two very, very different skill sets. So in-person telephone closing, high-tech closing, those techniques, you will multiply and accelerate your income as a copywriter, right? Why? Because when you are working with clients at a higher level, chances are you close those sales on the phone. Those $3, $4, $5, $8,000 gig, because you're on the phone closing them on those deals. Not always required, but it's helpful. When you're closing on the phone, the ones who don't close, the one you maybe doing LinkedIn outreach, guess what are you doing? Before you get them on the phone, you're doing what? Copywriting. That's right. So knowing those skill sets add on to each other. Because it's both a closing. It's one is closing in person on the phone, one is closing in print. One is closing in print. So because I get the question, see, well, should I take high-tech closing or should I take high-income copywriting? Both skills are valuable and both skills make each other better. Like what makes Sifu effective? I could close in print. I could close in person. I could close on stage. I can negotiate. It's like, to me, it's how it's the same. It's the same. And it doesn't really matter. Like Sam is asking, should I learn which one first? Doesn't really matter. Because it's like in, let me give you a martial art example. Do you learn how to kick first, how to punch? Doesn't really matter. But it's important knowing that you can punch and kick. Because you don't know which one you need. Right? So that skill set would be helpful. But if you don't have that skill set, then okay, I know how to punch, like I know how to write copy, but I don't know how to kick. You can still knock someone out. But then when there's an opportunity to kick, without that kicking skills, you miss that opportunity. Same thing, I know how to kick, I know how to close on the phone, but you don't know how to use finesse in email, in follow-up, in private message, in text, then you don't know how to punch. You could still kick and knock someone out, but you're missing a very important weapon that you could utilize, and why not utilize it? Why not give yourself the best opportunity, the best chance, right? The best chance to succeed. And all boils down to really communication. Stacking on the skills. And for some, you will do very well with one skill set. Just one. For some, you want more. I want to learn multiple skills. Great. I didn't learn to all these. It's one at a time, right? I learned one, get good at one. I stack on another one. I stack on another one. But now, as I run my company, my portfolio of companies, I utilize all of them. I'm glad I have multiple skill sets on my tool belt, right? I could leverage those skills. If example, I'm doing a speaking gig on early July, which is for a remote team event. I'm expecting about 10,000 people. I'm virtually online, and I want a keynote speaker. Now, if I don't have public speaking skill, could I have taken advantage of that opportunity? Yes or no? No. Would I get the exposure? No. Because I didn't have the skill. But I made a decision many years ago, joined Toastmasters, learning how to speak. So guess what? More skill sets, more opportunities. That's the difference. I don't want to be caught in a position where, fuck, I wish I had learned that 5 years ago. I wish I had learned that 6 months ago. No, I could do it. Right? I could do it. The event, I think it's virtual. It's because Joe is organizing. It's remote. I can share in the Facebook group once it's confirmed. Yeah, but it's that kind of opportunities where I could do it because I have the skill sets. Most people, when the opportunity comes, why they miss out the opportunity? Because they don't have the skill sets to take advantage of the opportunity. And they're like, oh, I wish I could have. And that opportunity then goes to somebody else. You got it? Like, does this make sense? Yeah. You didn't do the outreach properly as a closer. Oh, fucked up on an email because you didn't know how to copyright. You lost that $10,000 sale. That just cost you $1,500. Right? Or you know how to write copy and you're doing good. That's fine. Suddenly there's a client. Hey, I want to hire you to write a very sophisticated campaign. I'm willing to pay you $15,000. Let's get on the phone. Your portfolio looks great. You get on the phone. Oh man, you're making all the mistakes in the books when it comes to closing on the phone. You just blew a 15K sale because you didn't learn how to do it properly. You have the skill of performing the work. You didn't have the skill to close the work. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. So closing is all about psychology and emotion. Closing is about transfer of emotions. It's about transfer emotions. So this is another going deep moment, and I'm going to go into assignments, okay? For some, you will have a tough time writing copy because you put up a wall in terms of suppressing your emotions. Maybe you've been hurt in the past. So you have this wall. But when closing, it's about psychology and emotion. To touch others emotionally so they will be motivated enough to take action, you first have to get in touch with your own emotions. You cannot motivate others and touch others emotionally if you're emotionless. Because you don't want to get hurt, you don't want to get rejected. You just have this wall. And I see it in some of the videos. You have this wall. And you feel like, oh, how come my copy is not that good? Because you're not conveying emotion in words. You're going through the motion, you're kind of writing the right words, But there's no soul behind your writing. And closing is transfer emotions. So when you're closing in person, keep in mind, that's why copywriting, it's a higher, I don't want to say high level, it requires more, right? And closing, if you're closing in person, guess what? Your body language, you have your tonality, your voice, and you have the words that you use. You got three things working for you. When you're closing on a phone, you don't see them face to face, right? You have your tonality, you have your words, the questions you ask. When you're closing in print, in an email, in a private message, you don't have the body language, you don't have the facial expression, you don't have the tonality. All you have are your words. So you have fewer weapons, fewer things to communicate and transfer emotions. They need to be that much tighter, sharper, and better in order to provoke an action. So you cannot be a fucking robot. You cannot shut down you like emotionally. That happens more for guys, by the way. If you're the man, more so for men. And you wonder why your writing is lifeless. It's like emotionless. It doesn't get people excited because you're not fucking excited. You're like a freaking like a wall, right? And then you're like, oh yeah, people read it. Like people, he's what's like depressing. They read your writing. They're like, your writing is good. They just don't buy shit. Like people like your writing, but they don't buy shit. They don't buy from you. They don't click. They're like, oh, I like your writing, but they don't take action. What's missing? I'm telling you, this is what's missing. You're not transferring emotions to them. You're not providing the certainty that they want. You're not providing the comfort that they want. You're not providing the enthusiasm that they want. Now, it's interesting. Here's something that's totally opposite. This is a bonus. Can I give you just a quick bonus lesson? Then I'm going into assignments. Okay, just like a bonus. When you are closing on the phone, you want to have very little enthusiasm because you don't want to sound like a typical salesperson. That's what I teach in HTC. In HIC, when you're writing in print, you want to have enthusiasm. You want to be excited because you don't have the body language or tonality working for you. Your words need to be that much more. You need to have excitement. This is why we use power words and emotional words. So it's the opposite. In print, lots of enthusiasm. On the phone, no enthusiasm. Like that's a distinction right there. Is this helpful? How many of you try to write words using persuasion in print, but you're trying to be a closer on the phone and you have no enthusiasm? And you're like, shit. No, two different things. Because I only have words. I need to be excited when I write. To transfer, like it's almost, I need my emotion to be a 10 in order to my prospect to feel like a 4 or 5 in print. Right? When you're on the phone, opposite. Very little, like way less enthusiasm. There's a big difference. So think about this, okay? Quick scenario. If I am super excited on the phone, then I sound like a salesperson. Oh, this is gonna be great. One time only. Like, you do all this. Buy now. Like all that. No, you sound like a great monster. In print, you want to have some damn enthusiasm, man. Right? You wanna introducing. Right? In fact, I'm gonna do this. This is risky. I'm gonna give it a try. Okay. This is gonna be funny. Okay, here we go. This is totally out of the blue now. I open up the page for instant scripts here, okay? Imagine if I'm closing in print, I'm going to demonstrate. If I'm closing in print, this is fine, reading it, right? Now, if I'm closing in person, I'm going to just read the headline, a few paragraph, and you see why it's totally different. It doesn't work that way. Okay, if I'm closing on the phone, well, why is instant scripts good? Here's a simple way to turn your company into a booming business in any market. And here's how to knock out revenue generating Facebook posts and email or sales letter after another, one after another, without writing. If you want to grow your business fast, then fill in a few blanks and out pops winning sales copy. If I close on the phone like that, I ain't selling shit. Now, but guess what? On a page, not a problem. You see what I'm talking about? Like, it's completely different. On a page, not a problem. The headline works just fine. You get it now? Now, however, I'm going to do the closing in print. So I'm going to be a high ticket closer on the phone. Now I'm going to do it in print. Now imagine this. Oh man, it's going to be hilarious. Okay. So I'm going to do the closing. I'm just trying to, you're on the phone with me. I'm going to close you on instant scripts using high ticket closing techniques. Not the opposite now. So tell me a little bit about why you need looking for software to write copy. That's it. Can you imagine put that in as a headline? Will convert nothing. Like, can you imagine like how funny this is? But how many of you are doing it? Come on, be honest with me. How many have done some of this shit? Right? When you need to be a telephone closer, you become a copywriter. You need to be a copywriter, you become a telephone closer. Two different skills. But now you know, right? How many of you got it now? Yeah, it's different. You could like hype it up more. You could have a lot of enthusiasm in print. You cannot do that in person. Right? Say it with me. You can't write to persuade if you can't cry. I believe you can't write to persuade if you can't cry. Because that means you're not in touch with your own emotions. I've been taught, don't cry, be a man, never cry, right? No, you're not going to be a great copywriter if you cannot connect. You cannot connect with yourself. You cannot dig deep into your emotions. It's hard. You have to not be afraid of expressing those emotions. And for some, I could tell it's going to be hard for you. This one. This is going to be hard. Why? I think what we do is so powerful because I'm not just giving you a skill set. You will learn a lot about yourself. You'll be in touch with certain parts of your like your soul that you've never been in touch with through writing. There's a video on YouTube and it's part of the assignments, and you will see when I share the story of how Alan has impacted my life. And that's on YouTube. Not only Sifu was crying in front of 1,000 students, like not tears, like bawling. And then on YouTube with a lot of people watching that. Yeah, like the ugly cry. It's a very, look at my face, it's an ugly cry for sure. I don't mind. I don't care. Because I'm in touch with emotions. I don't feel, and I'm going to ask you a question, ladies. Do you think man crying means that he is weak? Means he is like just not strong? Or Could a strong man cry, express his own emotions? Yeah, because a strong man is not afraid to show his emotions. He doesn't need to hide. It's, I'm gonna hide. No, a strong man could be very comfortable with himself and express his emotions, right? So here we go. Assignment. Almost a 4.5 hour class. By the way, has Sifu over delivered? First class, class 1, module 1. How many of you are glad you're here? You're learning this skill with all of us. First class. Is first class already worth in terms of your investment of time, effort, energy? Just first class. Class 1. And it gets better. I promise you that. It gets better. It always does. It always does. Step 1. This is the assignment. Create an affirmation list. So since our words shape our world and we write our own destiny, you are the master, you're the author of every single thought, giving you absolute control over your emotional state. So imagine for a moment the power and control you would have in life if you could actually fool or reprogram your subconscious at any time into the feeling that you most desire. Wouldn't that be powerful? By the way, pause. What Sifu just did, I'm going to teach you later week. This is called visualization, future pacing in copywriting. I say it one more time. I'm going to pause. I'm giving the assignment. I'm telling you, I'm teaching you. I'm using copy when I teach. I said, imagine for a moment the power and control you would have in your life if you could actually fool or reprogram your subconscious at any time into the feeling you most desire. Wouldn't that be powerful? I'm writing copy as I speak. Do you understand? And that's why, now how many of you, when I said that, you're looking forward to the next step? Oh, how are we going to do that? Right? Versus if Sifu just, okay, here's how you do it, then it's boring. I need to create the desire of why this technique and this assignment is powerful first, then give you the assignment, because then you'll be more motivated to do it. If I just, well, here's what you should do. Well, should I do, should I not do? No. Imagine if you have that power to do it. Oh, yeah, this is great. Awesome. That would be so powerful. Then I give you the 7 steps that I use to manifest everything I want and need. Isn't this a headline, by the way? Yes? Everything is copy. Didn't I say that? It's everywhere. So I'm teaching, I'm writing copy with my spoken words. Now, why don't I just write the things you got to do to create the affirmation list? Isn't it the same thing? No, the 7 steps, very precise, 7 steps I used personally to manifest everything I want and need. Couldn't that be the same steps? But which one you would prefer, the 7 steps or the kind of the things I do? 7 steps, right? And there's a reason why you're 7, not 6, not 5. 7 is a very powerful number. So here are 7 steps. So here's how it works. Number 1, you compile a list of everything you want. And you can write down in your notepad, right? A list of everything you want. Then you convert your want list, everything you want, into a goal list. And I'm going to give you some examples. And then you want to convert your goals into affirmations. So from want to goal, from goal to affirmations. You with me so far? Okay. Then you want to begin each affirmation with the words I, because we want to build your self-esteem, right? I, so you want to focus on I. You want to use words in the present tense, the present moment, not the future, not the past, not I will, I want to, I now, present tense. And you want to use words that carry feelings of gratitude, love, inspiration, and enthusiasm. And I'll give you an example. And step number 7, you want to say each affirmation out loud at least twice a day, preferably in the morning when you get up, before you go to bed. And you want to say them clearly with feelings. Okay? With feelings. So would you like to see an example? Okay, pause. What did I do? Before I just give you the example, I asked a question, right? That's called a copy connector. You see this in instant scripts. It is a sentence that you use to transition to now. I could just, okay, so step number 7, say each affirmation out loud at least twice a day, say them clearly with feelings, and boom, I show you the example. Okay, but there's no build up for the example. Would you like to see an example of exactly how this works? Yes, then I show you the example. Copy connector. And there are hundreds of them in instant scripts. By the way, that could also be a sell right there. I'm closing. That's just one example. If there are hundreds of examples, if I want to be more precise, if I know the numbers, I can probably quote it. There are another 347 of these copy connectors that you could use every single time you write copy in instant scripts. And you could get it from instantscripts.com. You see how if I want to sell, I could transition into a sell. You got that? Like, see what's doing. I know I'm doing quite a few level of, there are a few layers here. I'm teaching you. I'm teaching you. I'm teaching you what I'm teaching you. Then I'm selling, and I'm setting up that next phrase or the next slide. This is why I said I practice what I preach. So, would you like to see an example? Copy connector. So here's an example of one of my affirmations. I joyfully, using emotional words, I joyfully, right, have 10 million subscribers on YouTube, and I'm the #1 business influencer in the world that impacts millions of people's lives. That's from a one list to a goal to an affirmation. So instead of, I hope someday I get some subscribers on more, I hope I get more subscribers on YouTube. That's a very bad example, right? That's not a very powerful affirmation list. But I joyfully, I happily, right? And I give myself a why that impacts millions of people's lives, and boom. So I say to myself, I joyfully, I want to enjoy the process, right? Enjoying that journey. So that's an example. And you can find different words that whatever works for you. So if one of your wants, example, is, let's say, to make $10,000 a month as a copywriter, then what you want to do is turn it into a goal by writing it down on your goal list. I'm happily making $10,000 a month using my high income copywriting skill. You see how that works? Present tense, happily, very specific, very specific. Let's see, Rebecca's asking, on these 3 different wants? No, it's wanting one thing, because by getting to 10 million subs, well, the reality is Sifu is already the number one business influencer, right? Before was Gary Vee, we bypassed Gary Vee. But by getting the 10 million, automatically makes us number one and automatically gives get the reason why, because we impact millions of people's lives. So it's really one thing, is one goal, but as a result of that, that happens to be, they get the other two, right? You see what I mean, right? Yeah. So the best times, as I said, affirmations are in the morning when you get up and in the evening before you go to bed. By saying them at night, you are commanding your subconscious to work on them while you sleep. By saying them in the morning, you give your subconscious the opportunity, I love this, to present almost like a report of what it did while you slept. Right? While you sleep. So one time in the morning, one time in the evening. See how this strengthens your not just self-image, but really self-esteem. It's self-esteem. Okay. Can you share your thoughts about writing? Yeah, I mean, if you want to write affirmation in your native language, absolutely you could do it, because you want it's a very personal thing, right? If you feel like if you writing in your native language it resonates with you more, then sure, right? Although English is not my first native language, but since I think kind of in English, so I find that resonates with me more, just on an emotional level or spiritual level. So that works for me, right? Sarah, is the affirmation only related to HIC wants? No. It's anything you want. Could be vacation, paying off debt. Could be helping other people. It could be providing for the family. It could be anything you want. It's not just, no, I'm just giving an example in an HIC context because it's easier to understand. But you should have a long list of affirmations. It could be 8, 9 of them, right? But don't make it too long. Don't make it like 100 of them. But you should have a few, focus on those, and just focus on those, and every day, morning and evening. Adam, 7 pages is a bit long, if you ask me, right? I have a 1-pager. I have, how many? Let me see. I have one on my phone. Let me see. I have, I'm going to count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 10 things. 10 things. That's it. Yeah, I have it on my phone. 10 things. That's it. Because my HTC HIC genie, I don't want to confuse a genie. It's too many goals. I know by getting that, I can get everything else. So there are only few I need. Right? See how they possibly write an affirmation about paying off debt without focusing on a negative word debt. Love the question. Focus on income. Focus on money, cash in your bank account. So if you have debt right now and you have say little savings, let's say example, you have $10,000 in debt and you have only $100 in the bank account, then focus on, right, having $10,000 or $20,000 cash in your bank account. By having that, that debt is already paid off. So we're focusing on the positive. Make sense? Right? Good. Okay. Next. So affirmations, when I first learned it, I was first skeptical. I was like, this is a bit woo. And now I've used it for so many years now. Same thing with the vision board, that I think most people, they don't give it enough time for things to materialize. Keep in mind, it takes time to penetrate the subconscious mind. You need to give it a little bit of time. So you cannot just do it for 10 days. It's like, oh, shit, doesn't work. No. I keep doing it until it works, until I get it. And for some of my goals, they're not small. So the 10 million subs, that's probably going to take a few years. But I don't stop doing it it's not. No, it's going to take. Desmond knows, because Desmond's here. When I set the goal to hit 100,000 subscribers, I set that goal and then I hit 1 million. It's that same thing. I know it took me a few years, but I had that goal. I didn't say, this is, no, I just kept doing, and I know I can fucking guarantee I'll hit 10 million subs. I know that. My self-image is there. My self-esteem is there. My self-confidence is there. I know I will. I'm looking at that. I already have a spot in my office for that diamond button. I know. I can see it. Right? How big should we start with our affirmations? Don't make it so big. Build your self-esteem first. And this is not saying that you don't have enough self-esteem. I'm just saying build it first, right? My initial goal was very, very small on my list. It's only now for decades, right? Now I think I have the foundation to create some pretty lofty goals on my list, right? So in the beginning, like kind of beginner, baby steps, small. I would rather, it doesn't even have to be 10,000. I'm very happy to see, I happily, right, make $1,000. That's cool. Then go from there, right? I want to see something that when you read it, you feel good, right? It builds your self-esteem, not destroys your self-esteem. And here's the creed, right? Make sure every single day, right? And you have this in your members area. You will see that, your creed. And it's a very, very powerful creed. It's a very, very, very powerful creed. So what we're going to do, did we just look at it every day? Just kind of put it there? No. What do we do? Read the creed at least once a day. What does this do? This helps to strengthen and builds that self-image, seeing yourself, because the most powerful words in the entire creed are the last ones. My name is, that's who you are, and I am a high-income copywriter. Why do we repeat 3 times? We want to shift the self-image, to build on that self-image, to yeah, that's right, then drive it in, right? To really ingrain it in your mind. Very powerful. So the creed, in the morning, attitude, gratitude, which is my favorite, right? It's my go-to. Middle of the day, millionaire mindset. So all these things, it's all self-esteem, self-image. The mindset, we're working on the mindset continuously, right? How are you going to sell something for thousands of dollars or write something to send to 100,000 people through an email if you don't have that prosperity consciousness? How can you sell? How can you ask for that sale? You can't. So in order to close, you gotta have the belief. You gotta be coming from a place of prosperity, right? Let's see. I changed my wake up alarm to added gratitude. Love that. I love that. Yeah. I do have some students. What they do, if you want a bonus tip, they don't actually just read the XIC creed. They actually write it. So they do both. They read it and then they write it, because they want to write it to plant that in their subconscious mind. So really to strengthen that, because your words shape your world. So one of the students came with the idea, well, Sifu, can I write it too? So they write it and they read it, and they felt that that just helps with building up that self-image that much faster to them. So test that out if you want to, right? Test it out. Not typing though, but writing. Number 3, immerse yourself into Sifu's teaching. Obviously, all my students, they have a habit of watching a minimum of 10 videos a day. How many of you watch minimum of 10 videos a day that we have? Very good. Very good. So it's about immersion. It's about immersion because it's there. It's on YouTube. We've got over 1,000 videos. It's about immersion. And it takes you, each video, let's say 5 minutes each, 10 minutes each, right? An hour. It doesn't take you a whole lot of time. Hour-ish, 2 hours maybe. And you can do it in between things, right? You don't need to sit down and have it play in your background. If you're driving, if you're not driving, you're doing something else. It's that immersion. Immersion shortens your learning curve because the intensity, You still need consistency, but the intensity. How many of you promise, right? Full out, 100%, all in. This is what I'm talking about. Just all in, just total immersion, right? So don't Netflix and chill, man. Okay, don't be Netflixing and chill. Then flex for skill. Then flex for skill. And yes, the mug is available at denlockshop.com. I sound like Bronson now. If you don't know, Bronson manages my Denlock shop. Whenever we have meetings, he always say denlockshop.com, denlockshop.com. He repeats like 3 times every single time. When he does a report to the internal team, he keeps like plugging it. It's like hilarious. But seriously, Netflix for skill. Like don't be Netflixing too much. Right. If you want to watch The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan documentary, that's a documentary I recommend. That's a good documentary. Just one more video. Just one more video. I actually use this cup in my office. That's the cup that I use. Step 4, we will be uploading a clip from the Karate Kid scene, like I talked about the jacket on and jacket off. So watch that particular scene because I think you'll love it. And it'll give you an aha moment. And you see why you're very much like, see, it is like Jackie Chan. I'm like holding an umbrella, teaching you Kung Fu, right? Teaching you copy. And copy is my Kung Fu. It's my business Kung Fu, right? Step 5, you could also watch, I recommend, because we talk about you can persuade, you can cry, that video on YouTube with Alan. You can just search on YouTube, Believe in Yourself, Dan Lok. You'll find that. That's a thumbnail for the video. Okay. Step 6, take a look at the list. This is the kind of the reading I have for you for the next 7 weeks. Okay, the next 7 weeks. So don't kill yourself reading all this like in 1 week. Just kind of break it apart. This would, it's like if you can aim to kind of get in 1 book a week. Okay, it's more important for me that you develop the habit of reading, because to be a good copywriter, you got to read, right? It's a big part of our skill set. So don't go crazy. Just if you could do 1 book a week, great. If you can do 1 book like every 2-3 weeks, that's okay. So don't feel like you got to cram this in 7 weeks. I'm suggesting if you can do one book a week, but for some students, they might take even like 2-3 weeks to finish 1 book. That's fine. Just one at a time. One at a time. One at a time. Doesn't matter which one you start off with. Start off with whichever one that kind of resonates with you. Like, I don't want it to be like 1, 2, 3, 4. Because for some, you're like, oh, I like the On Advertising, David Ogilvy. For some, you like the Made a Stick, right? So that's the reading list. You got it? Is reading better than listening? Yes. Yes, because when you are learning how to write copy, you're looking at structure of sentences. And a lot of these great books, they're great writers. So you're picking that up as well. So I believe to be a good copywriter, reading is key. Now, a tip for you is what you could do is if you want to digest information more, what my trick is, actually do both. So I would be reading a book, then I would actually be playing the audiobook at 2x speed. That's my little trick. So I am learning, right? I'm learning, I'm listening, I'm stimulating different senses, plus I'm reading from like Kindle. So I'm doing both. That's my little trick. So I can I get the lessons that much faster, right? Because I'm actually I learn better through listening, but I want to read as well because I can highlight, I can circle, like I can, if it's a physical book or Kindle, I can highlight it and take notes and stuff. That's just what works for me. But try for you, okay? Test it out. Last, I want you to hand copy. Actually, 2 more assignments. A lot of assignments here. Can you handle it? This is intense. We don't fuck around here, right? This is not just, oh, I listen to the class and then, ooh, and the next week. No, we do stuff. We implement. We apply. Reply. Yes, you'll be writing. Yes, you'll be doing affirmations. You will be doing the creed, right? You're watching more videos in between. So the biggest problem with, I think, most program is there's no momentum. It's like there's no momentum. What we want is like I kind of throw you in the deep end and right? You gotta swim. I'm pushing you. I'm pushing you, right? Do reading. Yes. Affirmations. Yes, like it's a lot of things. Right? I want you to just totally immerse. And before you know it, in 7 weeks, you don't recognize yourself, how much you've grown. Because no one ever pushed you at this hard. Everybody's letting you go easy. Right? So these ads, you will also see in your members area. Hand copy the best performing ads, minimum 30 to 60 minutes a day. I won't go into why you need a hand copy. This is something that Alan taught me. Probably the most important lesson that Alan taught me. Hand copy the best performing ads. Check it on, check it off. Check it on, check it off. Well, Sifu, can I type it? No. Pen, paper, hand copy the best performing ads. But Sifu, I've got no pen. Check it on, check it off. Hand copy using a fucking pen, notes, notepad, write it out. Not typing, no keyboard, hand copy. Sifu, like my writing, my writing actually is not that good. I cannot read what I write. Check it on, check it off. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna hand copy the best performing ads. How long per day? 30 to 60 minutes. For those for some you have not written in a long time, you don't write often, you will feel like it's so fucking slow. You feel like 60 minutes, I only got through a couple pages. This is crazy. And these things are long, right? I'm like, what is going on? You will be so proud when you have a stack. How much you've done. And this is the most powerful thing I could teach you. Nobody does it. But this is the most powerful thing you can do. This is equivalent as role play in closing on the phone. In high-tech closing, we have Discord, we jump on Discord and we role play. We practice sales scenario, how we handle objection, how we close each other in the dojo, right? That's the closing on the phone, high-tech closing. In HIC, in this dojo, copy dojo, you do this. Hand copy is the equivalent of role playing in closing. This is your closing. This is your role play. You hand copy stuff. You got it? Jim Carrey. I wrote myself a check for $10 million for acting services render and dated it Thanksgiving 1995. I put it in my wallet and it deteriorated. And then just before Thanksgiving 1995, I found out I was going to make $10 million for Dumb and Dumber. I put that check in the casket with my father because it was our dream together. It's a form of affirmation. It's also, in this case, right? It is seeing himself, the self-image of an actor, a comedian, comedy actor that deserved $10 million for one single movie. So we're going to take that and incorporate into what we do. You're going to write yourself a check. You're going to write out the first amount that you want to make as a high-income copywriter. The first amount that you want to make. This is not the only check. It's not a monthly check. It's your first check. Just the first check. It could be $500, it could be $200, it could be $50, it could be $1,000, whatever the amount is. I want you to write that check, the first amount, right? We're talking about, and also date it. Describe the realities that are possible. Don't go be like, oh, I'm making it in 2 days. No, what's possible? Is it by the end of the program? Is it 2 months after the program? 1 month after the program? Whatever it might be for you. Not fantasies with impossible timeframes. So you write that check. You want to put that check in your wallet because it's a very powerful trigger. Every time you open a wallet, you see it. That's what you're aiming for. This helps with your self-image, seeing yourself as a high-income copywriter. because only a high-income copywriter gets a check like that. Does that make sense? So those are the 8 assignments. It's a lot. Can you do it? Are you willing to do it? How strong is your why? And not only that, do you have time to go back and revisit class 1? And in between, don't feel like you got to sit down for like 4 or 5 hours. I recommend to all my students, go through 30-minute here, 20-minute here. It's okay. Like go through like different, you can chunk it up. And sometimes it's best to chunk it up because you can learn about like a short period of time. Could be 30 minutes, could be 20 minutes, could be 1 hour. Digest, take notes, think about it again. And then you just go back into it and then you start with the next hour. It's okay. Don't feel like you got to go through everything like at once. But you're probably better off to kind of chunk it up. Submit all your assignments to assignments@highincomecopywriters.com. Any main or technical questions, email support@danlot.com. We will announce attendance rate after each class within 24 hours in the Facebook group. Any questions that you have, if you have not done your introduction video, how many of you have not done your introduction video? Now is the time to document your own success. To document your journey. I think you find it valuable because you can't go back in time. You don't document now. You don't document what it is like in the beginning, right? And James, where do you find the replay? Yes, they will all be in the Kajabi area. Yes, the Karate Kid film, all that will be in Kajabi as well. Usually within 24, and usually 24 hours, 40 hours. Just be patient. If you don't get it within a day or two, don't need to bombard support. It's there. Trust me. It'll be there. Emailing them more is not going to make it faster. Usually 24, 40 hours, and you will get it. Very, very good. So first class, HIC 2.0. Wonderful. Good job. So have a great evening or have a great morning, right? It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful journey. This is just the beginning. We're just getting started. And remember, you write your own destiny.